Okay, we are live.
Hello, hello, hello.
So, this is a little bit of an impromptu stream. It wasn't something that we planned out. It was just kind of something a bit of a spur of the moment thing. So,
Well,
we were
plus I
thinking,
was sick and I felt really bad because normally we go on dates on Saturday. And I'm like, I still want to hang out.
yeah, so we thought we'd do a stream. So, this one is going to be relatively simple. We're going to be talking about bunch of games that we love. And I know it's saying, like, oh, it's going to be like top tens. Uh,
I mean, technically it is a top 10, but the thing is my top 10 tends to change. I mean, there's some games that will always stay in my top 10 no matter what. But the problem is I love too many games. And this was really hard. I was only going to have like us talk about 5 honorable mentions, and then I started thinking about all the games I wanted to be in my honorable mentions, and it doubled. I'm like, okay, 2 honorable mentions, and I'm like, we're allowed one tie. We're allowed
yeah,
one tie for honorable mentions. We're allowed one tie for our top 10 because I was trying to restrict the rules to make it harder, so I have to be forced to narrow down. And I was still like, I want to give myself some leeway. Because I love too
yes.
many games. And we've played so many good games recently. We talked about it in our 2023 and 2024 stream. And I know we'll talk about some more in our 2025 as well.
Yeah, like trying to narrow down the list because it's like I've played hundreds of games in my life, and I was
And
trying.
several of them are tied. And I tried to make it easier on us too by saying, all right, we have to narrow down like one per franchise. Like, obviously, we can give leeway. So, for example, like, oh, like I like oh, I want this game from this same franchise, Mario or whatever, like say that it's like, okay, you can give an extra Mario game only in your honorable mentions, basically. But you cannot have like 2 or 3 Mario games in your top 10. You can't
I
have like
I
six
could have
Kingdom Hearts
practically
games in your top 10.
I could have practically had an entire top 10 of just Zelda games. I'm like,
I
okay, all right,
and I could
we'll
have, but
try
the
not
problem
to.
that's also why I said only one tie, because the problem is I'll have like all of them are tied and it'll be like 6 games tied together. Like number 10, and here's 6 games in number 10.
That's cheating.
Yeah, it is cheating, but I love too many video games is the problem.
Yeah, I was also trying to pick ones that are like a wide variety of games that I've played
Yeah.
because there's some games from my childhood. Like I could probably say, oh man, I could put all the Spyro and Crash Bandicoot games
I
and
tried to have some of that and a little bit of variety, but I also wanted specifically games that I have super fond memories of. Like,
yeah,
not just I really love playing that game. So I took some things off of my list actually because it's like, oh, I really love that game, but it's not like I have a very specific memory where it's like, I mean, like I love so many video games, but it's like the ones that I wanted etched in here a lot are also ones that have like a personal memory attached to it that make
yeah,
me like make it more personal to me.
yeah. Like that was why because I'm not going to spoil it, but the Zelda game that I specifically chose to put in my rankings is specifically one that I have insane
I
nostalgia
th-
for.
I I think everybody who knows me personally is already going to know who my number one is, and they're probably going to be sitting there like, "All right, I know she loves this game too, so where is that going to be in her?" Yeah, there's a couple of these where like you're going to know it's for sure in my ranking, but you might not know where in my ranking, except for the number one. I'm pretty sure everybody already knows my number one, but I digress.
I could have
Um,
told you the number one before you even sent me your list.
Shush. I'm predictable. Shush. Anyway, uh, let's get started. It seems like we got a good chat, healthy chat, talking to us and saying hi.
Uh, Connor, we're not going to
No.
be giving you any spoilers. You can't just say, "Oh, is this the number one?" No, we're not going to tell you.
But well, I'll start. Like I said, there's going to be 10 honorable mentions instead of like, and you could be like, why didn't you just do a top 20? Because this stream would be a lot longer if we did a top 20. Because it's going to go like this: I'll say my honorable mentions, he's going to say his honorable mentions, then I'll say my number 10, then he goes number 10, then I go 9, 9, and then we just both work our way up. We just keep taking turns sharing stuff. So it's going to go like that. So starting off with my honorable mentions. So the first honorable mention is Mega Man ZX Advent. Fun story. I actually played this one before the first Mega Man ZX. I was in a GameStop. I loved playing a lot of the Mega Man Battle Network games, and I saw this DS game just sitting on the shelf, and it was on sale, and I said, "Ooh, I want to try this," and I started playing it. Absolutely love this game. So next one is
Now, my one. Now, this is one that's going to be a little obscure. I don't
well, I
know.
thought it was going to be like I share all my honorable mentions, you share all your honorable mentions, and then we jump back and forth.
Oh, I thought
because these aren't our top 10s. These are just honorable mentions.
Oh, I thought you wanted to do the swap. No, all right, that was.
You already got a spoiler for one of his honorable mentions. Look away! Look away!
All right,
we planned this very well, as you can tell.
Yeah.
Okay, my next honorable mention is Pokemon Heart Gold version. The first game I ever owned was Pokemon Crystal. So when this got remade, it was very exciting for me, especially because I started going back into playing Pokemon games at the time, and I was in college. I believe that's when I started playing this one. Yeah, college. And I just had a lot of fun playing it. And so it was, I hated college. So this was a nice thing to play and not think about how much I hated college. All right. Next one. Halo 2. So a couple of years ago, before that garbage Halo show came out, like literally a year before that garbage Halo show came out, Coolman dragged me into playing a bunch of the classic Halo games on his Xbox 360. And we had a ball playing them. So I have very fond memories of playing all the Halo games with him, Couch Co-op. I'd love to play the Master Chief Collection with him sometime once we get a couple of games off of our backlog. But Halo 2 was my favorite out of the bunch in terms of its story. I really love the story. I adore Arbiter, and that's why I'm putting it in my honorable mention. Also, I'm a Leroy Jenkins when it comes to this game. He could tell you.
Yeah, I got grenaded numerous times when she.
First of all, you grenaded me. That's how I'm a Leroy. You go to throw a grenade, and then I'm just like charging it. And you're like, wait, no, I threw a sticky, and boom. It happened often.
She's not as great at first-person shooter games.
Listen, I was out of ammo on my fuel rod cannon, and I wanted to melee and beat the brute with my fuel rod cannon.
She wanted to use the freaking fuel rod cannon as a melee weapon,
and
rather than pick up another weapon.
Listen, I was really good at beating them when I wasn't getting blown up by stickies. Just so you know.
When I didn't die, I was.
When I didn't die, I was really good. I was really good. Anyways, next honorable mention. Okay, I have so much. There are better Dragon Ball games. I played so many Dragon Ball games my entire life. I'm a big lifelong fan of Dragon Ball. But when Xenoverse 2 first came out, I had such a blast. And fun fact, this was kind of in the period when I pulled Coolman into Dragon Ball and getting him to play a lot of the Dragon Ball games and watching the anime and stuff like that. So I just have a fond memory. And it was right around this time because we played Xenoverse 1 right before Xenoverse 2 came out because it was like about to come out. So we were already playing Xenoverse 1. And this is where the creation of our little OC female Saiyan waifu that we created for Yamcha named Lima came from.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like that there was memes we made about her. I just have such a fun time playing Xenoverse 2. And I have fond memories of it. Yes, there are other Dragon Ball games that I would consider better than Xenoverse 2, but I just have a lot of fond memories of Xenoverse 2. So that's why it's an honorable mention. Next honorable mention. Paper Mario and the Thousand Year Door. I have way too many games that I love and I adore, but I had to put Paper Mario and the Thousand Year Door in here because I adore the Mario RPG games, all of them. But Thousand Year Door has a special place in my heart. I loved playing it a lot when I was younger. I loved watching my older brother play it when I was younger. And then I dragged Coolman into playing them. So I have really fond memories. I think it's charming. It had a really good remake. It's got stellar music. Goombella is the best. She's my favorite sassy little Goomba girl. And I got a Yoshi, and I named him Kiryu. I call him the Yoshi of Dojima. Anyway, next one. Okay. Like I said, I allowed ties. I could not decide between Final Fantasy VII and
She
Final
was cheating
Fantasy
a little
10.
bit on this one.
I'm cheating on this one for an honorable mention. But when it came to I had to pick one Final Fantasy game, genuinely, I have a hard time choosing between the two. It's a coin flip, honestly. I adore 10. I adore 7. I love the character. Oh, I mean, Final Fantasy's got a lot of great characters in all their games, but it's just these ones personally, because I didn't have a PS2 growing up. My brother borrowed it and I watched him play Final Fantasy X. That's when my first exposure to that one. I went over to a friend's house in the PlayStation 1. And yeah, PlayStation 1, right? Final Fantasy 7. I'm not mixing
Yes.
this up. Yeah, okay.
1997.
Yes, 1997. Okay, thank you. Time is a blur. But I remember going over to his house and I would play Final Fantasy 7 and we'd switch off controllers all the time, my next door neighbor. And it was fun. And whenever I went in high school, because I wanted to save up and buy my own PlayStation 2, and that's when the PS3 came out, by the way. But I saved up and bought my own PlayStation 2 finally. And I wanted to play Kingdom Hearts because that's what I really wanted to play. Kingdom Hearts. I kept seeing the trailers for Kingdom Hearts, so I bought that. I bought a bunch of Final Fantasy 7 Fantasy 7, bought a bunch of Final Fantasy games, and I got to like.
To be fair, there are a bunch of Final Fantasy 7 games.
That's true. That's
an important distinction to make.
Technically, that is correct. So I finally got to like just sit down and on my own, not like with somebody else, play these games. And 7 and 10 are just the ones that like are the strongest in my heart. I think they're amazing RPGs and I love them. Next honorable mention. Star Fox Assault is my favorite Star Fox game, bar none. I really love it. Its only flaw is I wish it was twice as long in the campaign. It's a little too short, but it's really good. Star Fox Adventures is a bit of a guilty pleasure of mine, but Assault I feel like is the perfect Star Fox game. And I really wish Nintendo would bring it back and just like add in more missions to it.
Oh yeah, like that's something I've been thinking of for a long time. Is it would be great to do a remaster like Metroid Prime Remastered,
Yeah.
but then you add in more levels to more stuff because you
basically do like a Bowser's Fury.
Yeah,
sort of.
And to tweak. In fact, I would even say it'd probably be more in line with like the Raito remastered that recently came out, where they did a lot of tweaks and upgrades to it. Where it's like, because the game control has a standard as like tank controls. You can switch to with like dual analogs, but it wasn't. It obviously was an older game. They weren't really sure, but I'm like this I think a lot of people would like this game a lot more if you expanded on the stuff, because I think this should have been the standard for what they did going forward.
It's a good Star Fox game. I love the added sections.
Yeah, the on foot stuff was really cool, and that should have been expanded on, like not just kind of removed. And
like so I love that, like, you know, you're classic, you're in the ship and the landmaster, and then the on foot. I loved it. It actually had a really fun multiplayer too. So I just had a lot of fun memories of this game. I think it's a really good GameCube game, and I'd love for it to make a comeback, and I'd love for Star Fox in general to make a comeback, and they build upon what Assault did, because I think Assault is really good. Anyway, next honorable mention. Okay, I talked about this in 2023, but I freaking love Persona 4 Golden. I love Persona 4 Golden. I love it so much. I love this cast, and it was really funny because when I played it, there were so many times where I found it so relatable because I went to college in a bum middle of nowhere town. So I really related a lot to a lot of these scenarios. And some people are like, is small town life like that? And I'm like, it really do be like that. I would drive to the next city over to do anything really fun to hang out, just like how they'd go to Akina City. It's actually wild how relatable this game was to me. And I love these characters. I love this cast. I do not want this remake. Die! Anyway, next honorable mention. Resay Best Girl.
True.
Okay, I've been recently playing this. It's my first Rune Factory game. It's kind of got me in a chokehold. It's really fun. I love a lot of the characters. I love the character designs. I love the music. and it's simple, but it's fun, and it's got me to actually buy more Rune Factory games. I haven't beaten it yet. I'm close to the end game, and I know it's got post-end game stuff too, so I can't wait to do that. And supposedly, it's got free DLC that's coming out very soon, so I can't wait to look forward to what that does as well.
I
And
cannot tell you how many times I'll be playing a game on my Switch too, and then a little thing will pop up. It says playing Guardians of Ozma.
listen, I love them. All right. Anyway, my honorable mentions are done.
No,
I like this game.
You have one more.
Oh, my honorable mentions are not done. I forgot it was 9. That's right. Of course, this game, the brainworms I had as a kid, I loved this game. It was one of the few games that as a kid I actually got pretty far in that I didn't need my older brother's help with. So I was very proud of myself for that. But it gave me a love for fantasy. Like I mostly like Link to the Past is part of it too. It was my first Zelda game ever, but Ocarina of Time really reignited my love of fantasy, and it was actually the reason why I wanted to start drawing, because I would look at a lot of the official game guide and all the official art that was in the game guide, and I would try to draw it. I wasn't good, but I would try to draw it, and it was so I attribute Ocarina of Time for that too as well. It's just a classic. I love it. Listen, I didn't forget Ocarina of Time, Wolf. I thought I already hit 10. And then he was like, no, you have one more. And I'm like, oh, shoot, that was only 9. I just went back in time. I just didn't remember I hadn't talked about it yet. It's there, see? This game's great. I love this game a lot. It's wonderful. Look at this art. Look at how beautiful it is. And we wouldn't have so many things without Ocarina of Time. It changed the industry forever, rightly so. Now, Coolman's honorable mentions.
Okay, so you did see this one. Spoilers. So if you're not aware, because Armed with Wings is a little bit more obscure, I played this game back in high school. It was originally, I think it was just a Flash game online.
Newgrounds, I believe.
Yeah. And it's gotten like it's gotten like a remastered version on like the consoles and stuff. Now
Yeah,
you can find it on Steam. But it's this 2D. It's, as you can see, it's got this very like black and white art style. A lot of
it's very cool. It reminds me of Gris and Neva.
Yeah, and it's got a mix because there's several Armed with Wings games. There's some more actiony ones, some more puzzle ones. It was actually a really fun game that I have a lot of fond memories. I played this a lot when I was in high school. It was one of the first like online games that I actually like really got into. I played all of the games when they were coming out. I know a lot of people might not even have heard of this, so you can find it and check it out. I actually haven't seen the newer versions. I think I bought it on Steam, but I haven't actually played them. And I do have a lot of fond memories of this game. So the next one, this is one I had actually played very recently.
Unfortunately, Just Absolutely Super is not here. Otherwise, she'd be in the chat screaming.
Yeah, she loves Mega Man.
She loves specifically Battle Network.
Yeah, so this is really interesting because I've known about this series since forever.
I was obsessed with this series when I was in middle school. My cousin and I were obsessed with Battle Network. We played the games. We loved the manga. I still have the manga. It's sitting over here on my shelf, all 13 volumes. I loved Battle Network a lot.
Yeah, so I recently had gotten the Battle Network collection. I bought several of the Mega Man collections because it's like I've played some of the Mega Man games on and off over the years. Everyone has when you grow up in the 90s. But like I had never actually played Battle Network, and it's a really fun series.
It's a fun RPG game. I love it. I thought it was kind of cool because they've experimented with Mega Man. It was a platformer, and then ZX just started doing the more of a Metroidvania, and Battle Network went with RPG.
Yeah.
So it's cool to see like different versions of Mega Man, and Star Force is relatively similar in style to
it's
a spiritual
and continuity-wise, the successor. It's one of those like, oh, it's like Mega Man X. It takes place like 100
Yeah,
something years in the future.
yeah, it's similar to Mega Man X in that regard.
Yeah, but this was a really fun game that honestly, like, I was really enjoying playing this on this is specifically the first one. I haven't played all the other ones yet.
Battle Network Peak. I love Battle Network.
Yeah. Now, oops, wait.
Spoilers!
I clicked the wrong image.
Spoilers!
Okay, so Mario Odyssey was phenomenal.
I know Ghost saw those spoilers.
Okay, I'll get to that in a minute.
That's for later, Ghost. Don't worry. Ghost, I saw that. Put it back. Later, Ghost. He's going to talk about it later. Don't worry.
Yeah. So Mario Odyssey was like, obviously this was like the big 3D Mario game on the Switch. I love this game. This is one of the most fun I've had because I have nostalgia for Sunshine.
Oh,
I have nostalgia.
Sorry, Duke Nukakol asked, which Mega Man game would you recommend for a beginner? Well, it really depends on which Mega Man series you want. If you want if you want something more RPG, well, there is the Battle Network collection you can get. If you want to do something more of a Metroidvania, there is a ZX collection that you can get. If you want a platform.
Well, yeah, and in terms of like the platformers and even the Mega Man X games,
they are a bit difficult. However,
yeah,
they are notoriously difficult platformers for a reason.
Yeah,
but if you want to try it, if you want to if you love a more difficult type of platformer, then there is the Mega Man X collections and the Mega Man Classic Legacy collections. So Capcom's been good about putting collections out. So really, it just depends on what genre you're more in for.
Yeah, and some of the collections. I know the X collection because I was playing some of that. They have a little bit of a mode where it makes it a little bit easier. You don't die as fast in it, and I know that some of the the Mega Man Zero collection, which has Zero, ZX, ZX Advent, and stuff, they added in some extra features like checkpoints and stuff to make it less crushingly difficult.
And those are more Metroidvania type of platformers than
so
the
it's
classic ones.
Yeah, and Mega Man is overall as a series can be pretty hard. I think Battle Network is the most casual friendly,
but that is because it's an RPG. But it all depends on what you're looking for because of each era of Mega Man is different from the previous ones. X and Classic are closest to being similar. It's just X is a little bit more refined, and then Star Force and Battle Network are the closest to being similar because just like with X and Classic, Star Force and Battle Network, one's a spiritual successor to the other. But I digress. Mario Odyssey.
Yeah. So this is one of the things that was really fun because when I was playing it, this is some of the best refined like platforming for Mario because it's like I played a ton of Sunshine when I was younger. I played a ton of like Mario 64. I have enjoyed those, but Odyssey I think was just extraordinarily fun. And I love the big like open areas that they had for each of the places that you visit.
Yeah, and each zone is really cute. I love them.
Yeah,
I loved the I forgot the name of the land, that food one. Where everything
wasn't it something like the Yum Yum Kingdom or something?
Yeah, something like that. It was something silly like that, but it was really fun. I remember really enjoying it.
The Luncheon Kingdom. That's what it was.
Thank you.
I knew it had a silly name.
Yeah, well, they all do. But it was a charming game. I quite enjoyed it. So I understand why you'd put it as an honorable mention.
Yeah. Now... I actually played the original Deus Ex. I didn't complete it because it was like it was a little confusing to navigate some of the stuff. It is much older game, but I enjoyed it and I enjoyed the
Ghost is very happy.
Yeah, there it is. I actually played Deus Ex Human Revolution when it came out on the Wii U. You remember they came out with the director's cut. Before the director's cut came out to the other everything else, it came out on the Wii U because I
still need to play Deus Ex because you always gush about it every chance you get.
I love this game, and I actually talking about Miiverse in here. I was basically live blogging while playing Miiverse, but here's the funniest thing about
Yeah,
this.
when I first met you, I swear you somehow found a way to insert Deus Ex into our conversation or Metal Gear. That's all it always seemed to circle back with you. And I'm like, I haven't played either of these games yet. I'll get to it
Yeah,
someday.
I love and the funniest thing is when I was because I did a lot of fun posting on like Miiverse with like drawings and stuff. But when I was playing Deus Ex Human Revolution, I started this gag at the beginning of the game where I picked up a fire extinguisher. And I mean, this was like that same type of humor a lot of Let's Players were doing at the time. And I named the fire extinguisher Rick. And I made this joke that he was Adam's partner. And I literally, I was ad-libbing this entire
I
convoluted
agree,
story.
Nuka. I miss the Miiverse so much.
I miss it. They need to bring it back.
They so need to bring it
Yeah,
back.
it's funny because this is the game that I
Honorable
associate.
mention Miiverse.
Yeah, this is the game I associate the most with playing, like with Miiverse, because I did all these things, and I actually ended up having a halfway decent plot with the with Rick the fire extinguisher.
I remember seeing your Miiverse posts.
And the like, and to talk about the game itself, like this was phenomenal. I loved Deus Ex Human Revolution. Like I loved Adam Jensen as a character. I loved the story. I loved how they handled the upgrades and stuff, because in the original Deus Ex, it's a little clunky with they handle the upgrades. This one's a lot more streamlined, and I do love how they had the Resident Evil 4 style like attaché case inventory, but then you also had a quick menu where whatever you had in your case would appear on the weapon select. So like it was a game that was really slick, really smooth, and if you ever hear people praise Deus Ex Human Revolution, it deserves that. It is a great game. Well, you have lore for your story. I have mine. Yes.
You know,
I have my own.
I realize we haven't done this in a while, but we can actually highlight comments in our streams. We kind of haven't done that like the past three streams.
I actually totally forgot that we could do this.
Yeah. Suddenly it occurred to me. I'm like, wait, the past 2 or 3 streams we haven't highlighted comments. We just mentioned them. We're like, oh yeah. Sorry guys. We totally know what we're doing.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, play Deus Ex. Now,
Fair
next
enough.
one. This one is actually a very nostalgic one for me. Crash Bandicoot 3 Warped. This, like, I loved playing the Crash Bandicoot games and the Spyro games. I could have put all of the old PlayStation Spyro and Crash games on this because these were my childhood. I actually didn't have an N64 growing up, so I played. Whenever I played N64 games, I would play them at like friends' houses. Like I would play.
Which is
Smash
funny because I was the opposite. I had a Sega Genesis and I had the N64.
Yeah. My parents, whenever they got me a console in the 90s, it was a PlayStation. We went from an NES. I didn't even have an SNES. We went right from the NES to the PlayStation. So I played a lot of Crash and Spyro, but Crash 3, I was trying to pick all of them. Crash 3 is the one that I think stuck with me the most, more than anything. It was, and it's funny because it really refined a lot of the mechanics from the previous games, and like the way they did the level select, and the way they did the
whoa,
wow.
Sorry,
yeah,
I saw a whoa in the chat.
Yeah, and this is actually a game that I specifically have a lot of nostalgia for, because this is a game my dad played with me back in the day, where he was helping me like get all the crystals and the gems and hunt down all the boxes. I have a lot of memories. That's why I specifically chose Crash 3, is because I have that nostalgia, that very strong nostalgia for this game over the others. And of course, back when they did the Crash collection, I bought that. I love it.
Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, it was just incredible fun. The next one is a newer game.
Just like me playing Rune Factory, he's been playing the new Raito game.
Yes. I'm basically at the very end. It's like once like at the very end, it's like, okay, once you go into the final one, I'm just, finishing up stuff. But this was a game I actually did play the bit of the PS2 version on the PS3 years ago. But it was a little clunky. The combat, for being an action game, it was pretty limited. But this game, what it does is it actually backports a lot of the more expanded on mechanics from the second game, the Raidon versus King Abaddon. So they added in those mechanics. They redid a lot of the areas, same areas, but like any of the places that had like, say, pre-rendered backgrounds, they made them 3D. And they added in a lot of demons from the second game and other future Shin Megami Tensei games. And it is phenomenal. This is phenomenal. I have had so much fun playing this game.
Yeah, I had fun watching him play some of it. It's a really good remaster.
Yeah, and Raito Kuzunoha specifically is very distinct amongst a lot of Shin Megami Tensei protagonists.
He's cool.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a lot of Devil Summoner, because this is a part of the Devil Summoner like sub-series within the Shin Megami Tensei. But this is the one I think stood out the most because of the style and the setting, being in like the early 1900s in Japan, in Taisho 20.
Yeah, it's really cool. I love the aesthetics and the era.
Yeah, and the remastered is just absolutely phenomenal.
And the voice acting is pretty good too.
Yeah, and the voice acting wasn't in the original, so they added that in, and it really, really helps. So the next one. Now this is the re-release that they're doing for Kiwami 2, but
it just the art was just too cool.
The art. Yeah,
I had to use it.
This key art that they did for Kiwami 2's re-release has been phenomenal.
It's
like, yeah. So when I was first playing, because I talked about this before when we were doing the
last the 2024 stream.
Yeah. So I played when I was getting into Yakuza. I played Kiwami 1 because it's a remake of the first game, and I figured that's a fair place to start. Then I played 0, and then I played Kiwami 2. And I'm glad I played 0 because 0 actually does a really good job in setting some stuff up for Kiwami 2. And there's some stuff like the Hostess minigame features Yuki from Yakuza 0.
Yes, so I love Yuki so much.
Yeah. But Kiwami 2 specifically is a game that I had an insane amount of fun playing.
It's so fun.
Yeah, like, and the thing is it was one of the earlier Dragon Engine games, but after Yakuza 6, which was the first Dragon Engine game, they refined everything, and Yakuza Kiwami 2 is really fun. It is insanely fun.
It's a nearly perfect game.
Yeah. The biggest problem, of course, is the story in the very end. Like, I'm talking like 90%,
literally the end.
Yeah, like 95% of the story is pretty darn good, and then you get to that.
And then they have a randomly dumb soap opera-esque ending.
Yeah, it literally just becomes Days of Our Lives Japanese edition at the end. You're just like.
But overall, it's still a really good game.
Yeah, this is actually the first Yakuza game, and the only one so far that after I beat it, I immediately restarted it and played it again. Like, the story with this is overall really good. The story with Ryuji, the main antagonist here, and Kaoru is phenomenal. Like, there's a reason why Yakuza 2 for a very long time, up until Yakuza 0, I think, was considered like the gold standard. 2. Yeah, the original one was considered like the gold standard because it had a overall pretty solid plot. It cracked
and it refined a lot of the stuff from the first game. It builds on the first game a lot.
Yeah, so then it's like when you go to Yakuza like 3, 4, 5, 6, there's always issues with those, but Yakuza 2 was always one that people held in high regard. And Kiwami 2 is basically that with the Dragon Engine. So it's got the Dragon Engine combat, which is phenomenal. But like this was a game I had so much fun. It's one of my favorite Yakuza games that I played. I played practically all of them.
All right, so would we say
What?
is that it, or is there one more honorable mention?
No, I still have like 3 more.
3 more. Okay. I'm losing count.
Mhm.
Brain not working. I'm just recovering from being sick, guys.
Yeah, so obviously I could have picked a bunch of Zelda games because I love so many Zelda games, but I specifically picked Echoes of Wisdom because I recently finished it. I actually was playing it on my Switch, and then I started playing it on my Switch 2, which is great having 60 frames per second on this version. But what I loved about this one specifically, apart from the fact that this is the first time we actually get to play as Zelda, and I know someone's going to be pedantic, we don't talk about that. So, but what Echoes of Wisdom does is it really says, okay, how would Zelda fight? And the thing is for the most part, she doesn't. It is more, in some ways, a strategy game. You have to be able to summon enemies that you've defeated in combat.
Which
And
she's a princess. She's technically commanding people to fight.
yeah, so it's a great way in being called, oh, it's Echoes of Wisdom. Zelda is always the she bears the Triforce of Wisdom. So of course you have to be more smart. And it's really
Thinking
cool.
outside the box.
Yeah, and what's really great about this is that this is a return because like the Link's Awakening was a remake. That was a game that already existed. Echoes of Wisdom takes that same general style and it makes an entirely new game with it. And this is a return to a lot of the classic Zelda stuff, which is for a lot of people who are having a hunger for something more traditional Zelda after Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. This is a great new game that is very traditional, but it still keeps a lot of the aspects of freedom
Yeah, it feels
from
like
the newer
a
games.
nice little handshake between new style and old style.
Yeah, and what's great is like, oh, you can like summon beds to climb up and then jump on top of the trees that separate areas. So you can climb stuff and go to and break basically all the and it was really fun exploring Hyrule and just going ways that you weren't intended to go.
We'll talk more about it for the 2025 stream, but it is a
Yeah.
really charming game. It really is. I do recommend getting it.
Yeah, it is it was a great and I think it's one of the most refreshing Zelda games that I've ever played. So next, the original Mass Effect. I love Mass Effect. And one of the things that I really loved about this, the very first game, not the sequels, is that it really much mixed the turn-based combat with third-person action. Because it's like, oh yeah, you think, oh, it's a third-person cover-based action shooter. And I'm like, yeah, the original one was a little bit more clunky in that regard. It worked, but it's mostly based around like a strategy. This is like really good era. This is back when BioWare was still BioWare. Because like when you pause, it gives you this whole menu. You can
F in the
choose.
chat for classic BioWare.
Uh, yeah, Mass Effect was good, but it would give you this pause menu, and you could select where you wanted your squad mates to go. You could choose what abilities you wanted them to use, what weapons. It was so fun, and what I really loved about it is the fact that it was based around your strategy. So whatever you did to give the weapons certain mods to increase their damage or uh, make sure that they didn't overheat with the frictionless materials, all these little things that you could do to it was very much an RPG, unlike the sequels. And I would find that some cases where I was stuck in a big conflict, a big fight, and I would die multiple times, but then I didn't need to go out and like level up. It was actually that I beat it through sheer strategy, and it was incredibly refreshing. And the story was good, obviously, but unfortunately, a lot of the stuff in it were setups for future games that practically every single one of them was bungled. But that's not important.
Yeah, that's not important. And before we move on to your last honorable mention, I'm sure people in the chat want to know, who is your waifu?
Ashley. Ashley is peak waifu. I will not hear anything else. You're allowed to like Tally. Or maybe Miranda.
I'll allow you.
I'll allow it. But and here's the funny thing with Ashley, because a lot of people they hear her say things like she doesn't like the
I knew it. Wolf said I knew it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And
Coolman does have an A-type.
Yes, and she's also voiced by Kimberly Brooks, who, if you didn't know, is also
if it's not
Oracle
Laura Bailey, then it's Kimberly Brooks is a character he'll like be thirsting after. It's always those two women.
Yeah, and well, it's funny because a lot of people will say, Ashley is so racist against the aliens, and it's just like, talk to her. It's an RPG. Like, if you actually talk to her and you get her whole story, she's actually a really engaging character. And
there's also this thing called a character arc.
Yeah, and the thing is you can actually do the Paragon choices with her to make her chill out a little bit. She actually has totally valid criticisms of the aliens being on board, especially because the Normandy is a very super high-tech ship from the Alliance, and she doesn't like the fact that the aliens, especially Turians, were absolute dicks during the First Contact War and were committing actual war crimes, but considering they're 80% of the Council military, they got away with it. There's a lot of valid issues that she has, and it's really great if you actually talk to her. And it's really funny because in my run, it's really great, this picture, because this was my squad for the game, which was me, Ashley, and Garrus. And
Garrus is cool.
Garrus is cool. And it's really funny because when I was at the end of the game, because every time you're at the end of the game, you'll always have a companion say to either let the council die and go after Sovereign, or save them. And it's funny because Garrus was the one who said to let the council die, and Ashley was the one who actually told me to save the council. Yeah. Yeah, so this is part of the stuff you get with her backstory about her grandfather surrendering during the First Contact War in order to save his men from the many war crimes of the Turians, and he was shamed for it because they would rather him die than stuff. And she was always marked for shame, which is why she was never really allowed to get any kind of progress in her ring. Okay, there's a whole lot of stuff with Ashley, but Mass Effect is a really good game. I don't want to sit here and talk too much about it.
Before you go down a rabbit hole.
True.
An honorable mention.
Yeah. So the last one for my honorable mentions. Yeah. So I was thinking a lot. I'm I wanted to pick a Castlevania game, but I'm what do I pick? There's a lot of good ones, but then I was thinking, I really enjoyed Order of Ecclesia. Wasn't it the last game that they made?
Ghost, I knew this would be on it. Once again, Coolman has a type.
Okay, but that's not the only reason I picked Order of Ecclesia.
But it is true. She is his wife.
Hey, Ghost, no. So, Order of Ecclesia, it's funny because it's actually a pretty tough game. When I was first playing it, because we were going through a lot of the other games. I played through,
and this is before the Dominus Collection.
Yes, I actually played it on the original DS. Well, I played it on my 3DS, but I had the DS because she got me several of the games.
Yeah, I found a bunch and I gave them to you because we were starting to get into Castlevania.
Yeah,
and I'm you gotta play the DS games. The DS games are so good.
Yeah, so having played through Symphony of the Night, Dawn of Sorrow, Aria of Sorrow, Portrait of Ruin, and then I get to Order of Ecclesia. Order of Ecclesia is hard. And it very much says you need to nut up and just get good. But it also has a lot of really cool RPG mechanics, especially with the glyphs of trying to sort out which glyphs are the most useful, which ones you like
the power of Dominus.
Yeah, and it has, I think, one of the most interesting stories, because this is one of the few games that is totally divorced from the Belmonts. Shinoa is not one of the Belmonts. It's very specific. That's part of the plot, is there isn't a Belmont to stop Dracula here. So the Order of Ecclesia is the ones who raised Shinoa in order to be part of the order that fights Dracula, which is a really cool story. And all the story with her and her older brother figure Albus, and
Oh,
it's
I don't want to get into spoilers, but that last shot where she smiles and there's tears in her eyes, is just like my heart
uh,
explodes.
oh, this was such a like I had so much fun playing Order of Ecclesia. Like it was, I think it was just one of the best Castlevania games. So that's it for my honorable mentions. So we can move on to your actual main list.
Yes. Number 10. It's going to be so obscure and specific for me. I freaking love Inuyasha Secret of the Cursed Mask. I was obsessed. Yes, I'm one of those women. I was obsessed with, still am, with Inuyasha when I was in high school. I loved Inuyasha. I loved it so much. And then I went to a GameStop one day. And like I said, I bought a PlayStation. And suddenly I see two Inuyasha games for the PlayStation 2, and I immediately bought them. And one was the Feudal Combat, which was a fighting game. I mained Kagome, and I was really good at it. And then
Taste.
I got this RPG. This RPG was really, really fun. It's a fairly straightforward RPG. You're playing as either a male or a female from the modern time, just like Kagome, and you get isekai'd into the world of Inuyasha, but in a different way from Kagome. And you bond with all the characters, and it does something interesting because of most other games it would be like, oh, then you're going to romance one of the characters. Well, the thing is, in Inuyasha, everybody has a canon love interest. So it's like, yeah, you could spend one-on-one time with Inuyasha, but Inuyasha's heart's out to Kagome and partially Kikyo. And then it's like, well, you could romance or try to romance Roku, but his heart belongs to Sango, and vice versa also with the women. So it's actually like you spend more time and you develop a close friendship with that character of the opposite sex, but all it will ever be is doomed to be a one-sided romance. And that's actually like a major plot point for your avatar characters, that they have to learn to cope with the fact that their feelings that they'll develop with whoever they bond with the most is one-sided. Or you can bond with somebody who's just your close friend, like if you bond with somebody of the same sex or shippo, and they'll just be your close friend, and you'll lament that you probably will never see them again whenever you return home, with the exception of Kagome, because she is from the modern day. But I digress. But it's a really fun classic RPG. I remember when I was replaying it again a couple years ago, and I was just like, oh my gosh, the pre-rendered backgrounds that you walk through, I remember those. And it just had good like classic music that just, it's like, I immediately am like, I am pulled back. It's so purely nostalgic for me when I hear the music from this game. And I love the characters, I love the jokes, I love that the entire voice cast came back. And I love that the one time when I was replaying it, it was one example of the NPCs having hit or miss voice acting. And Coolman happened to show up, and it was the miss. Girl, why are you here? Where are my guards? I'm just like, it's like, that's the take you went with? All right. And I'm like, I promise you the voice acting in this game is better. The NPCs are just hit or miss. But this game was just a fun RPG. It's a little bit niche compared to all my other ones, but it does go into my hyperfixation with Inuyasha, but I digress. It was a fun RPG. It's not your typical like turn-based. I mean, it is turn-based, but it's more of, it's got this like wheel that rotates, and some enemies, if their stats are a little bit higher than your character in certain areas, then the wheel will rotate on them faster. So you could end up getting an enemy getting in a turn immediately before your character is about to take a turn in their party. So it's really about strategy, because if that's the case and you don't know an enemy's stats, you got to try to hurry and kill that enemy with everybody in your party, or vice versa. Just look at it like, okay, there's X amount of enemies. Who's the most annoying enemy that I know can poison? Everybody kill that guy. Officer, get that man.
Shoot that guy.
Shoot that guy. Kagome, shoot that man. but it's just a fun RPG. I love it. I adore it. I don't care if it's hello self insert isekai. I'll give the OC characters for this game this compared to other video games where you have a self-insert characters. One, they're fully voiced, and two, they actually have a personality outside of yours. So there's no like dialogue box where you decide what these characters think. Other than you could name these characters after yourself, they really are like have their own distinct personalities. Both Michiru and Kaname, which is their canon names, and I just like them. I like them a lot. I think it's neat. So that's my number 10. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. You talk about your number 10. Oh, that's spoilers.
Wait.
No, we're taking turns now that we're doing our top 10.
Oh.
I meant the honorable mentions. We treated it like one big thing.
We definitely
are professional
this
at this. We totally planned this out, guys. We're great. We're organized at this. You spoilers on my number 9. There you go. Anyways,
Okay.
talk about Halo.
So my number 10 is Halo 3 ODST, very specifically. Now, I have played all the Halo games, but before I had really, because when the games came out, I remember when they were coming out. I would sometimes play Halo with friends. It's just like, I remember playing Combat Evolved when that came out at a friend's house. I remember playing some Halo 3 multiplayer and stuff. But the first game that I actually played all the way through was actually ODST. Good job. Yeah, I'm glad we're all in agreement here. Those are really good picks. But this was the first game that the first Halo game that I actually played. I went through and I was over with a buddy, and he had Halo 3 ODST, and he had played all the Halo games. He was really big into Halo. He read the books. He was all into that. So he was like, says, I want to do some like co-op. Let's go. And I'm like, sure, I'll play some of this. And I loved ODST. Like the whole vibes of it. It's like you don't even need to know, because I knew about the stories of the games and stuff. I kind of followed Halo, and I had friends who were really into it, but like I knew of like the beginning of like Halo 2 with the whole New Mombasa stuff. So I already had a frame of reference for this, but when you play as the rookie in the ODST and you have Nathan Fillion as Buck, which is really great, especially if you've watched shows like Firefly, you're basically getting Captain, Malcolm Reynolds there. This thing. The vibe can't be replicated, right? Like it's got a completely different style than any of the other games, and in fact, it's a totally different setup too, because it's I don't want to say open world, but it's got a big area to explore, a New Mombasa, and you're going around while you're doing it. You're going through and you're progressing through the story where the rookie actually starts like piecing things together using, I guess, psychic powers to see the stories. I always joked that rookie had this like supernatural like detective abilities. He just picks up the gun. And he's just like, I know exactly what happened. This was hit by a brute, or something like. It stands out from all the other Halo games with the fact that you're not playing as Master Chief, you're playing as Rookie, who's just, I say just an ODST. ODSTs are like the cream of the crop in the UNSC. Like Buck's description is truly, if he was any better, he'd be a Spartan. I'm glad that didn't happen. Yeah, Alan Tudyk, and I believe they also got. I believe Jane's actor was also in this. This is also kind of a Firefly reunion, which was also. Yeah, we don't talk about that. Yeah, ODST was really cool because it's so off the wall from what you would have expected from Halo. It's really just a smaller story. Like, yeah, like they're involved in what's going on, but the story of the rookie and Buck and Dare and the rest of their squad is kind of irrelevant in the overall space of this, like the plot of Halo. Because I mean, yes, okay, they capture an engineer, but it's not like this is like the big galaxy-saving story that the Halo trilogy was. And it was nice to get that different perspective with with Halo of, hey, you know those ODSTs that you would just be with in a mission? Like, this is kind of the story from their perspective. Yeah. Yeah, and this is actually a good thing, a good way to put it. If you've read any of the novels, then like I'm talking like the old classic novels, like from Eric Nyland, which would be like Fall of Reach, First Strike, Ghosts of Onyx, Contact Harvest, the Cole Protocol. This really kind of feels like a story that would have been told in a book, like. And it's like, oh, the rookie is he's a quiet guy. He doesn't really talk. He's going out and he's trying to like find the rest of his squad,
Darren Buck
regroup with
totally
them.
adopted rookie.
Absolutely. Yeah, so ODST was just it stands out to me, and I have great nostalgia for it being the first Halo game that I played all the way through.
I quite enjoyed us playing it. It was really fun when we did. I love Dare. She might be one of my favorites.
Dare was so good, and she was also voiced by the blonde Cylon from Battlestar Galactica. So, ready for? I'm done with this.
Yes.
Time for
my number 9. Okay. Out of all the Ace Attorney games, I still love Dual Destiny the most. It was the first to Ace Attorney to jump into 3D. And I think they did really well translating the OG like sprites into 3D and mimicking like their really funny facial expressions. And I quite liked this one. I also love that the story wasn't exactly told in chronological order. It kind of builds up this mystery of like what happened after the basically the tutorial case, because the tutorial case is chronologically not the first part of the game. So they tell things out of order and then they fill in the gaps to kind of like so you can piece together the overall mystery. So it's a bit unique for Ace Attorney to tell the story that way because none of them have done that, with the exception of like a flashback like trial, like in Trials and Tribulations, mind you. But I love it. I love I don't hate Apollo Justice. People either adore Apollo Justice the game or they absolutely hate it. I feel like I'm a middle ground person because of it, even though it's my least favorite of the Ace Attorney games, I think there's a lot to like out of Apollo Justice. Dual Destinies did a lot to retroactively make me appreciate Apollo Justice a lot more because it did so much for Apollo's character. Because I kind of was like, I mean, Apollo's fine. And then Dual Destinies made me really love him a lot. And so then I kind of go back when I play Apollo Justice with things in mind from future games. It really makes me appreciate the game Apollo Justice more. So retroactively, it did a lot of really cool things. And I also love seeing Phoenix back as a lawyer because I honestly didn't like him not being one in Apollo Justice. And I love that he's mentoring both Apollo and then the newest recruit, Athena. I love Athena. I love her a lot. Where is she, Capcom? Why isn't she in any of your merch in recent years?
Yeah, and I also think Athena was really necessary to help Apollo because what Apollo was really lacking was someone who really played off of him well.
I mean, he had Trucy, but she was just the assistant. I think adding an Athena to the main cast of lawyers did really well for Phoenix's agency. Because of like now you've kind of made Phoenix, the wise mentor. He's the Mia, and then he's got his grumpy little first apprentice essentially. But then he's got his little sunshine apprentice. So they make for a good like I guess Trinity is not the right word, but like how everybody's got like their trio. They make a good trio. I really like this cast, and Athena and Apollo are just hilarious together. They're really funny.
Yeah, because that
I love their first meeting when a cop is like basically telling Athena like she can't like he's heckling Athena, and Athena doesn't realize she's talking to a cop even though this guy is in a full on uniform, and then she straight up judo throws him into Apollo, like into Apollo, and Apollo's just like meets his new coworker that way. Oh, it's like what a way to meet your coworker. Don't tell the police that I assaulted a cop and I'm a lawyer. I love Athena. I also think Phoenix being the mentor, like basically filling the role that Mia left behind, is such a natural evolution for Phoenix's character.
Yeah.
I think it's perfect for him. And he's essentially like the dad to this group of misfits. It's great.
Yeah, and especially after Apollo Justice, where Phoenix was obfuscating his whole like plans, and he was pretending to be.
He had 7 years of prep time.
Yeah, so it's like it was like that worked for the story, but like I like the fact that he is officially a lawyer. He's now back running the show, but
he's in his element, but he's much wiser now.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that I really enjoyed about this was getting to see this side of Phoenix, because it's like they tried to do a bit of a mentorship with him in Apollo Justice, but because he wasn't being quote Phoenix in it because he was
he had to kind of keep things close to the vest because he was playing chess master because he had 7 years of prep time.
Yeah, so it was really great to see him come back, and this is where I would say, okay, there was a very good reaction for Capcom to say, okay, people want Phoenix back. Let's bring him back, but now he is the dedicated mentor and the guy running the
Write Anything agency.
Yeah, the Write Anything agency.
And I just loved I love Simon Blackwell. He's tied with Francesca as my second favorite prosecutor. He was a fun prosecutor. I know Clavier Gavin has his fangirls, but I found him to be utterly boring as a prosecutor rival for Apollo. I think that was my biggest problem with Apollo Justice. I felt like Apollo didn't have a good counter to him. And Clavier didn't feel like because Phoenix had several. You know, he had Gatto, he had Miles, he had Francesca, and all of them were great foils to Phoenix. And it felt like Apollo didn't have a natural one. Blackwell is great because he's a great foil to all three of them. Anytime he faces up against all of them, and he was fantastic at it. And I was just like, Apollo really needed somebody who would be a good, like a much more memorable prosecutor, first off, but also just a good foil to him as well. And then Apollo gets an even better one that perfectly is his foil in Spirit of Justice. And I know Spirit of Justice is your favorite Ace Attorney game, and I agree. It does a lot of things even better than Dual Destiny in so many areas. But Dual Destinies was my favorite Ace Attorney game. When I saw a lot of gift sets of this game, it's what made me kind of help me push me over the edge. Well, besides that, and you and another friend, along with Project Cross Zone too, that made me all want to get into Ace Attorney. But this game, it really made me love Ace Attorney the most. It's the reason why I wanted to write a fanfic about Ace Attorney back in 2016. Way back when. Man, time flies. And that's when Spirit of Justice like came out then too, because then I was like getting into all these games like in preparation for Spirit of Justice, but it just Dual Destinies like still lives in my brain rent free. I love this game a lot. I love this cast a lot. I love how even more wacky some of the witness breakdowns are in comparison to like once they entered the 3DS era. I love it to bits. And they did so many of nice quality of life things compared to the DS Ace Attorney games, especially when it comes to backtracking and things like that. And the 3DS era was like, thank you 3DS era so much.
Yeah, the fact that you could just select a location to go to rather than having to walk through locations to get to other places.
And I love Dual Destinies a lot. I think it's a fantastic Ace Attorney game. It's got a great prosecutor, lovable cast back. Not all of them, but most of them have started to finally return. So it was nice to see some old era characters interacting with new era characters. Now, not all of them, mind you. Capcom, bring back Gumshoe and Francesca. Where are they? Are they all right? Are they safe? But that's my number 9, and I adore it to bits.
All right, so my number 9 was the Shadow of the Tomb Raider,
which you've recently talked about in the last stream.
Yes, I did. What I actually really enjoy the Survivor games of the Tomb Raider series, and it's funny because I was actually also going back and playing through like Tomb Raider Legends and stuff, and it's really interesting to see just how different each one of them are. But one of the things that I always really liked in the new Tomb Raider games was the fact that they were adding in some of those stealth elements, but In Tomb Raider 2013, it was like there's a few sections that you could do. And
It
Rise
didn't
of the
feel as Tomb Raider E in the 2013 one,
no,
but it was a
uh,
good story still.
no, yeah, and it's why they actually added tombs to the
Yeah,
Rise
from
of the Tomb
Rise,
Raider.
which I quite loved.
But Rise,
I love Rise still the most because I just love its story, and I haven't beaten Shadow yet. But I will say, gameplay wise, Shadow is definitely the most refined, and it's really good.
yeah, because with Rise of the Tomb Raider, you could do stealth, and you had several options for stealth. But once you were spotted, you had to do combat. You couldn't go back into stealth, which is always something that disappointed me.
Unfortunately, you cannot fool the NPCs. They will no longer think it's just the wind.
No.
They're like, she's out there, get her. And I'm like, no, I'm just the wind. No, I'm just the wind. Leave
Well,
me
no,
alone. No.
it's even crazier than that because they all become psychically aware of your very presence.
Get her.
Where
It's like, no, go away.
if you're because I remember one time when I was playing Rise of the Tomb Raider where I was stealthing out, I was taking down several guys, and then one dude spotted me. So then I was like Spider-Manning my way. I was climbing up. I was using the grapple to swing around, and I was like, there was a solid 20 seconds where no one spotted me, and I'm thinking like, okay, maybe everything can go back to normal. And then all of a sudden, like 3 grenades were thrown into my spot. I'm like, what the hell? Like, how did they know where I was? Now, Shadow of the Tomb Raider actually adds proper stealth. You can stealth through pretty much every encounter outside of the specific ones that are designated for combat. It was so refreshing and incredibly fun. On top of that, I really do like the story for this because it ties up a lot of the stuff that was going on in the new Tomb Raider games in a nice, neat bow, especially with what was going on with Laura's character and all the stuff that she went through in 2013 and in Rise. And
I
this
will
one,
say though, because if her model does slightly change between games, I do think Shadow might be her prettiest.
yeah,
There's just something about the way they draw her, or I guess not draw, sorry, animate her eyes that I'm just like, even me, where I'm like, wow, man, she's got beautiful eyes.
yeah, she looks amazing in this.
What lovely eyes you have, Miss Croft.
Yeah, your 2 wonderful eyes.
I am actually referring to her eyes, though.
Yeah, no, she does have pretty eyes.
Her eyes are, in fact, up here.
Yeah. And this is also a game that I actually really like. I liked Jonah in the first 2 games, and I think he really
he's a bro.
Yeah, he
even
really
if his
struck
character model is always like a new person.
You want to talk about people looking different? Like Laura changed from 2013 to Rise, and she got a little bit of a slight change in Shadow. Jonah looks like a
slight. It's always a slight difference.
Jonah looks so
Jonah
different.
is straight up a shapeshifter in each game. His face is always a new man,
and he's always got
like,
entirely
Jonah,
different hair.
Who is your plastic surgeon?
Yeah, but this was one thing that I really enjoyed, and I had so much fun. This is the most fun I had playing of the new Tomb Raider games. Of just going through and playing through the game and doing all the side quests. It was like I actually just think that this game is phenomenal and was an incredibly high point to end on.
And I do like that you can customize your difficulty.
Yes, this is something that really struck out to me when I first started playing it. Was the fact that you have, if you ever played like some Silent Hill games where they have like a combat and a puzzle difficulty, Shadow of the Tomb Raider has 3 different difficulty like sections. One is combat, one is puzzles, and the other is exploration. Where the combat one, it's like it makes the enemies more aware of you. It makes it a lot harder, which.
Like let's say you suck at combat games, but you're great at like puzzle and exploration stuff like that. So you can make those other ones really hard to provide yourself a challenge in those areas. But maybe you take the combat to just being like maybe like medium or even slightly easier for yourself.
Yeah. And with puzzles, oh my gosh, I was so happy. One of the things that bugged me, especially in Rise, was if you waited for like 5 seconds, Laura would start going, I should go and do this. And
like a Sony game.
Yeah, it was like in Rise, it was
modern Sony games, guys. Modern Sony games. I'm not dogging on the PS2. PS2 is peak gaming.
Yeah, it was just always annoying because I'm sitting there, I'm like, I want to think through the puzzle myself. I don't want to. in Shadow, you can, if you turn up the difficulty, Laura will not talk during the puzzle section.
Yeah, she won't give you hints. It's like you can figure it out.
And it's like, yes, there are some times when I'm like, I kind of sat there thinking, what do I do? Because it doesn't always directly give you a show of, oh, you're going to have to do this. It's like, I got this thing here, I got this stuff there, and I need to get over there. And you're like, what do I do? And Shadow lets you actually think about it.
Oh, and like, with the exploration, if you turn the difficulty higher, it's not going to like highlight certain areas you can climb.
Yeah, it
so
removes all the.
So if you're somebody who hates yellow paint theory, guess what? Shadow of the Tomb Raider says you can actually turn that off.
Yes, and that's something that I loved with that. It was like there's no paint on ledges to show you what to climb. It doesn't literally like direct you to places. It'll say you need to get over in that area. You need to figure out how to get there. And sometimes you're like, you have to look around, and it makes you explore. Like, I think playing Shadow of the Tomb Raider on, I believe it's called One with the Jungle, is if you turn all the difficulties up to the highest.
Yeah, on everything, yeah.
It's like, that I think was the ideal way to play, because it really makes you appreciate stealth in this game.
But I did appreciate that if you're somebody who does want to play a harder difficulty, but like, let's say you're really weak in an area, like, oh man, like I'm not that good at puzzle solving, but I'm great at like exploration and fighting. I'm a whiz at fighting. And so like, I do like that you could turn the hardest difficulty on other things, but the thing that you're not as good at, you can take it down a notch.
Yeah. I love that they had all those options with it. It really, but I mean, the fact that I could also just turn off the things that I thought were annoying in Rise was chef's kiss.
And more, because I know it's not feasible for all games, but more AAAs should do this. Yeah, if you have the money for it, just do it.
Yeah, having more options is always going to be a good thing. Whether that makes it easier or harder, you should always have these options.
Like, I'm not asking indie games to do it. Like, they already have too much on their plate and time that they got to develop into more important things, and they don't have the budget to implement more precise features and things like that. But when you're a AAA studio, I don't think there's an excuse, and I do appreciate that being in Shadow of the Tomb Raider.
Yeah. So, now for
my number 8. Haha! Okay, I have so much nostalgia for Fire Emblem Awakening. I love Fire Emblem Awakening. I wish Julie were here. But I know she's on a plane.
She's not.
She is not. She is on a plane. I freaking love this game. This was my first Fire Emblem game. I always was aware of Fire Emblem because of Smash Brothers. I knew of Marth. I knew of Ike. I knew of Roy.
Roy's our boy.
Roy is our boy. But it was actually Robin and getting into Smash is what kind of pushed me to want to play Fire Emblem Awakening. And so when that was announced, I finally started to play Fire Emblem Awakening. And I was like, why have I not played this sooner? why have I not gotten into Fire Emblem sooner? This was a very fun tactical RPG game. I love the characters in Fire Emblem Awakening. And this game saved Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem was a dying franchise. And Awakening reignited it. And like now that's why, like, so if you love like Three Houses or stuff like that, you wouldn't have gotten that if it wasn't for Awakening. I love Awakening. I love the characters. I love freaking Crumb. I love freaking Lucina. I know Coolman loves Lucina.
I love Lucina.
Laura Bailey.
Laura Bailey. The Laura Bailey curse always gets me.
I love this cast, and I love the simple story, but Robin's another, and then there's another character that's actually quite similar to Robin that I'll talk about in a later game, ironically enough. But I love Robin because of Robin is a character that's like literally
facts.
Yeah. but Robin, whether you play as male or female, is a very screwed destiny type of character. Whereas Crom is the chosen one type of character. So it's interesting to see two different aspects of essentially like the one that's supposed to be the apocalypse bringer saying screw destiny, and the one that destroys the apocalypse bringer, and they become best friends or husband and wife if you marry him as a female Robin, which I did.
Yes.
All right. Stop. Stop validating this man. I mean, he's right. I love her. I love Lucina. She's adorable. I love the supports in this game. This game's not perfect. There's a couple things I would change, but overall, I played this game like after I left college, and I had a horrible time at college. I already said earlier, like college, I hated it. Worst time of my life. So this game came at a right time whenever I was still just like in that phase of where I'm just like really not happy with the way my life was going. And this game was such a bright sunshine. And I walked out of it like with the biggest smile on my face. This game is so unbearably hope for the future. We can fight the darkness. Like, no, we say no today, Satan dragon person. We will not end the world, actually. It's so optimistic in the, like, the abyss stared at Crom, and a Crom said, F you, we will have a happy tomorrow. Like, I love this game. I love how we will fight for the hope of the future. I can't help but smile at it. I love all these characters. They're all just so wonderful. I love Frederick. I love Lissa. I love freaking Donald. Pot on his head and all. Yes, an actual pot on his head. But that's what you do. I love Maribel. I love Lucina. I love all the future kids. I love Rickon. I love Vike. I love Sumia. I love them all. I do. You freaking put a poll in the chat.
It's an important question.
Oh my heavens. I do find it funny though, like even before Coolman and I started dating, if somebody asked me who was my Fire Emblem Awakening husbando, and someone's like Crom, right? And I'm like, no, Mel Robin. And people are like, you can't romance Mel Robin. I'm like, I know, but if I could, I would. I love Mel Robin and his wife, who's Lucina, and coincidentally, both of us romanced Mel Robin and Lucina. I think of that one meme where that girl's just like, you'll think I'm weird if I show you who I think the ideal man is, and she shows Edward Elric, and like she shows it, she's like, see, you think I'm weird? And he's like, no, my ideal girl is, he shows Winry.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this is you and me with Mel Robin and Lucina.
Yeah.
But I love this game. I love this game. I love playing as female Robin, especially because of then like I marry Crom, and then I have Morgan and Lucina as my kids, well, Robin's kids, and I just want to protect everybody and give them a bright, happy future. And I love the romances that I can pair everybody up with, and then they have future children. I love that Lucina is basically future Trunks in a fantasy setting.
Yeah.
Like, she just is. And Trunks is a really cool character in Dragon Ball.
And Trunks is my favorite DBZ character. So Lucina being my favorite is that checks out.
It does. Crom could have been like Dimitri, but the power friendship saved him. No, see, the power friendship still saved Dimitri. Dimitri could have been like Crom if he had a good support system growing up, like Crom did. It's actually the reverse. But I love this game so much. I replayed it again a couple of years ago, and all I could do was just smile. In fact, I've been playing, like I said, I've been playing Rune Factory, and I haven't beaten it yet. And I can't put my finger on it because Rune Factory Guardians of Ozma is such a different game from Fire Emblem Awakening. But I get these same feelings while I'm playing it, and I don't even know why I do, but it makes me nostalgic for Fire Emblem Awakening. Maybe it's just because I feel that same, just the same joy, the same giant smile that appears on my face when I play this game, the same cast of characters who I adore and want to, like, it makes me want to live there and be all their friends. Like, I love this cast so much. It still might be my favorite Fire Emblem cast. They're just all, I love them all to bits. And all Fire Emblem games have a good cast. They all do. Every single one of them. They all have great characters. But it's something about this one hits me specifically in the happy chemicals, or whatever their scientific word for it, endorphins. This game gives me pure happy endorphins. I love it. I just love it to bits. I just play this game. Nintendo, free it. Make a 3DS. I mean, I have a 3DS and I still have the game, but I want it to be accessible again so everybody can play this game instead of keep having Crom and Lucina and Robin appearing in other games. They should play this one. But I digress. That's my number 8. I love it to bits.
Mine is Dishonored. I haven't actually played the second one yet. It's weird because I bought it, but I actually never played it. But the first Dishonored is a game I love. I love stealth games. And if my gushing about being able to actually do stealth in Shadow of the Tomb Raider wasn't enough of a hint, this is a first-person stealth, like assassination game, sort of. But you can go through without killing anyone. In fact, I played through this game 3 times, I think. And I got the achievements for the clean hands achievement, which means you went through the game without killing anyone, not even the assassination targets. I really loved playing this game, and I love the teleportation mechanics. It's called Blink in this game, where you can zip around and stuff, and it's really what you use in all the powers you get from the outsider to like sneak around and like get past guards. I will say though that the one thing that was a little because I understand it from a thematic perspective, but the fact is most of the tools you get are for killing people. You get a whole bunch of different weapons, of mines and powers that kill people, and if you're going for pacifist runs like I do, then most of it's not useful. Now, it's tempting, and it does give you the worst ending if you use all of them, but it's just like, I wish I had some more options for that. But even without that, it was incredibly fun. I love the setting of Dunwall, the plot, the story with Corvo, the protagonist here.
Wolf has a question for you.
Oh, sorry. Did you get to use own? Did you only? I didn't. See, I don't remember all the powers. I'm pretty sure I used some of the others. Because it has been a little while since I have played it. Okay, no. Yeah, so I know I definitely got Dark Vision. And bend time. Yeah, so I didn't get the abilities like the murder rats abilities that you can get to kill people. I didn't do that, but I did use some of the other powers. I didn't just use Blink. I did want to use the other powers that you had because they are very useful. But it was just such a fun game to play. And like there's a lot of like exploration you can do, even if you're like, oh, you have to get from point A to point B and go into this place and take out this one bad guy. Like there's a lot of exploration you can do and learning about stuff. And it's actually really kind of cool because even some of your targets, you can read up like little notes about them and you can get a different side of them. Some of them some of them are like evil, despicable people. But then some of them are not as bad. And like, oh, there's more to them than their role in the story. But it was an incredibly satisfying game to play, and especially when you do things, when you go through it as a pacifist and you get the best ending. It is a really solid ending to get. I won't spoil that, but it's one of those games where it's just like, oh yeah, I mean technically you can like kill all the antagonists and still get the good ending as long as you have low chaos. You're not really killing anyone else. But I wanted to do the thing, especially on a thematic level. I wanted to be Corvo proving a point. And they're calling me a murderer. Well, I'll take them all out without dropping a single drop of blood, and that will really show them. It actually really got me really aggressively role playing that and being like, I'm gonna prove you all wrong. So yeah, that was a really fun game. And I should probably play Dishonored 2. I never actually got around to that.
The backlog grows.
The backlog grows. So,
All right, my number 7. There are so many Sonic games, but I always come back to this one being my favorite. And I know a big giant part of it is the nostalgia I have for it, but I've replayed this game several times and I still play it and be like, yeah, I still love this game. Like, it's not just nostalgia. It's just a fun, good game. It's still my favorite Sonic game. Like, I love Generations, I love Frontiers, I love the original Adventure, I love Colors, I loved Unleashed. I love a lot of Sonic games. I love the classic game. I love Sonic Adventure 2 the most, though, still. I love the jumping back and forth that I often did between characters. Like, you play the speedster character, you play your treasure hunter character, and then you play your robot gunner with whether you're Tails or Eggman. I love doing the hero story. I love doing the dark story. I love that they kind of streamlined the multiple different character stories from Sonic Adventure rather to just being like, here's hero mode, here's dark mode, and it just keeps going back and forth, like just straight linear. You're going to play as Sonic, you're going to play as Knuckles, you're going to play as Tail, and then it just like takes turns, and then it does the same. You're going to play as Shadow, Rouge, and Eggman, and it's just a good story. It introduces Rouge and Shadow the Hedgehog. It has a lot of really cool elements. It delves deeper into Eggman's family with Gerald Robotnik and Maria, and we get to see even more of what the Chaos Emeralds can do. Like, not just supersonic, but powering up like things like the Eclipse Cannon. And yes, some of the best music, Live and Learn. And of course, yes, Snap Cube. I miss my wife, Taz.
I miss her a lot.
I miss her a lot. I'm pissing on the moon. That image of Eggman's been ruined forever. People just post that one shot of Eggman.
I've got an announcement to make.
I've come to make an announcement. It's just everybody. But okay, yes. Also, the Chow Garden. I miss the Chow Garden so freaking much. Please bring it back.
I miss the Chow Garden Tales.
I miss the Chow Garden a lot. I'll be back. Pets my Chow. I think that's the thing that edges it out. It's like, I play all these other Sonic games and I love them, and it's like, but it doesn't have the Chow Garden. So sorry. If you had a Chow Garden, I'd finally put you above Sonic Adventure 2. As it stands, you do not. So Sonic Adventure 2.
Yeah, we are no longer asking Sega.
I love this game. I freaking love this game. Oh my gosh, the way this game lives in my head rent free when I was young. And I've actually played it on the GameCube first. Everybody complains and said I should have played the Dreamcast version. Well, I never had the Dreamcast. And I seem to play it just fine on my GameCube. And oh man. I love the Connor mentioned the multiplayer. Yeah, I actually did play the 2-player races a lot with my siblings. I always mained Amy. I always did. Or Metal Sonic, because I thought it was cool that just randomly Amy and Metal Sonic are here, and you could race against Sonic and Shadow as either Amy or Metal Sonic. I just loved that. But oh gosh, the fond memories I have of this game. I will put this game in, and then I hear like just those first shots and I just like sit back and I'm just like, oh my gosh, the nostalgia, it's too much. Live and learn. Oh, what a great intro. Oh, but like okay, like, listen, I'm not going to be irony poisoning here. I'm sorry, people on the internet who want to be irony poisoned. Shadow's just cool.
Yeah.
He is unironically cool.
There's a reason why he's so popular.
He is just unironically a cool character with a cool backstory. He's a fantastic foil to Sonic. I love them. The ending shot, yes, the dichotomy.
Inside of you, there are 2 Sonic CD characters.
That's true. Inside of Aaron, there will be Metal Sonic and Amy. Listen, I mained them, okay? I mained them in races. I thought it was fun to play as Heavy Metal Sonic. What about it? Maybe I am just Sonic CD as a person. But
You're
oh
all
my,
Sonic CD.
but oh gosh, I remember when I first played the game, and I even first saw, and I saw this black hedgehog, and I'm like, who is this guy? And I'm like, he looks cool. So then I start playing Sonic's mode, and then he cross passes with Shadow with the first time, and then he just disappears doing chaos control with one chaos emerald. And I just remember being like, oh my gosh, this character's so cool. I gotta know more.
He's so gosh darn cool.
And I played this game incessantly, nonstop, and I unironically love the treasure hunting levels. I don't care people who hate on them. And I also love shooting a bunch of things as Tails and Eggman. I really do. I always go for like shooting literally everything in my path when I'm Tails and Eggman. I'm like, yeah. But I still think one of my favorite boss fight is still Eggman. No, sorry. Shadow and Sonic. Nobody was born cool. No one except insert picture of Shadow. I mean, technically, he was created cool. If we want to go there.
Yeah.
But the final race with the Shadow and Sonic is always iconic to me. Especially like that first like little walk and talk that they have, and then they slowly start to like jog, and then they go into a full-blown sprint. And then Shadow's just like, your adventuring days will soon be over. And then it's like the boss fight. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I love it so much. And yes, I love Green Forest and White Jungle. Those are some of my favorite levels of Sonic and Shadow. And of course, like
Faker.
City Escape and Radical Highway are also insanely iconic. And I love Pumpkin Hill. Who doesn't love Pumpkin Hill?
True.
I love this game. I just love this game. It's my favorite Sonic game. It's the epitome of early 2000s to me. It's like if the early 2000s was made into a highly concentrated liquid and injected into my veins, it'd be Sonic Adventure 2.
Injected into my veins.
So yeah. That's my number 7. Oh yeah, Metal Harbor is good too. Thank you.
Now, my number 7 was BioShock 2. I love BioShock 2. I like BioShock 1, and it's important because without that, there's no BioShock 2. But the story of BioShock 2 is something that I very particularly love. I love this and the Minerva's Den DLC. Like,
you know what? Phoenix needs me to jump outside. So, well, take him outside. So keep talking and don't even worry if you have to spoil some things because I know I haven't played BioShock 2 yet, but I'll be gone, so you'll be good.
Yeah, so
I'll be back.
We started a little bit of BioShock 1 for her, and she was going to play through them and get to experience them because she doesn't actually know much about the series. So she's going to get to experience those for the first time. But BioShock 2 is something I loved. And the fact that you are actually playing as a Big Daddy was really cool to be like, oh wow, I remember these guys being a pain in the butt in the first game, and now I get to be the pain in the butt. Being able to use their drill was so much fun. But I love the story of BioShock 2, and especially when you start learning about like Delta as a character, when you start learning about him. And the one thing about it that is the fact that it doesn't line up with BioShock 1. However, despite the fact that a lot of the things that happen in it, and the fact that BioShock 2 happens after BioShock 1, it doesn't make sense, really, when you think about it, because a lot of these characters that are in BioShock 2 were never in BioShock 1. And you're like, oh wow, supposedly all these characters were just off screen in BioShock 1. However, BioShock Infinite actually fixes this retroactively. Because it's like, I know it's 10 years after BioShock 1, but there's a lot of little details about it that I really hated in terms of continuity, such as if you start listening to some of the audio logs with Diane McClintock, Because in Bioshock 1, it was established that Diane McClintock was Andrew Ryan's girlfriend, but she was the public girlfriend. He was banging some girls on the side, and especially frick. I forgot the other girl, the one that was his favorite girl, the one who they literally advertised as Andrew Ryan's favorite girl. And it's like it's clear that he didn't actually care about Diane McClintock. And then in Bioshock 2, there's implications that he did, and I'm just like, no, that's out of character. But Bioshock Infinite establishes that there's a multiverse. So Bioshock 2 can just exist in its own little universe, completely separate of continuity issues, which is what I do. It actually makes the story a lot better because you don't even need to try to account for where was Eleanor, where was Sophia Lamb during Bioshock 1. And it's like, no, don't have to think about it. It's what I do. It's actually the thing that allows me to have Bioshock 2 be my favorite game because I can just chalk up those continuity issues as in alternate continuity. Oh, yeah, I know that the multiverse stuff was divisive, but I like the fact that it allows me to separate Bioshock 1 and 2 from like being in continuity with each other, because if I had to take them in continuity, Bioshock 2 has a lot of problems. But Bioshock 2 has its own little universe that has a version of Bioshock 1. It works a lot better that way. But I also do like the fact that it takes, because in Bioshock 1, you had the whole concept that Andrew Ryan was very much representative of what I would consider pure laissez-faire capitalism. It's basically like no rules, no nothing. It's actually the main reason why Frank Fontaine was able to gain so much power, because Andrew Ryan didn't stop it. And it gets to show the fact that like the faults in someone who takes these ideologies to such extremes. And in Bioshock 2, it goes in a different direction with Sophia Lamb, leaning more towards her having a bit more of a communist viewpoint, and the way that she has the Rapture family and has this almost cult-like following. But then, of course, you have her daughter, Eleanor, who is your assistant and is helping you throughout the game, which I love Eleanor, and I love the bond that she has with Delta, because she was made into a little sister, and he was her big daddy. So they always had this inherent bond. And I won't go too deep into a lot of that because there are more spoilers, because that's just the stuff that you find out at the very beginning of the game. But Bioshock 2 was always a game that I held very close to my heart, and the Minerva's Den DLC too. Because you might think Minerva's Den, and you start up, it's just sort of DLC. I'm like, no, it's actually really good, and I don't even want to like hint towards spoilers in it, just because I enjoyed it that much. Yeah, I do think for some of the meta stuff at the very end of Infinite, I wasn't really that big of a fan of that. You can write around that, and that's actually something I actually wrote a short little one shot fanfic for Bioshock Infinite that kind of, I think, fixes the issues and how things tie together at the end. It's really weird. With Infinite, they definitely did try to have a bit more of a mind screwy ending of what really happened, and it's considering that Bioshock 1 and Bioshock 2, regardless of if you got like the good or bad endings, there's a coherent actual ending. And in Bioshock Infinite, it's very much left up to your imagination, and you can imagine a better ending. But yeah, that's something I would agree with, is like I don't really like that, because Bioshock 2 actually has really good endings, and they have variations. And it's like you have like sort of a good, a neutral, and a bad endings, and then you have variations of those. I believe there's 5 or 6 variations. I don't remember all the specific variations, but when I did my playthrough of it years ago, I got the best ending, which actually left me in tears. I was absolutely just so happy with that ending. I mean, it wasn't like a super happy ending. None of the endings are like super ultra, sunshines and rainbows. But it was a really good ending. Well, she's not back yet, so I guess we're going to keep talking about BioShock 2.
You poorly choice of words. I had to chase my doggy around because he was trying to eat plants that give him indigestion, and he had one of the flowers in his mouth, and I was running after him in the backyard. It was very hilarious for my sister who was watching me.
Yeah, she really pulled a surprise motherfucker on me there. Like, oh, she's not back, so I guess I'll have you like surprised motherfucker.
You thought? Yeah, sorry it took so long.
It's like, oh, I can keep talking about BioShock and being like,
nope. Think again. Yeah, sorry about that. My dog, who I named after Phoenix Wright, was being naughty.
But he's more like Larry Butts.
Yeah, I should have named him Larry. Aw, Feeny, you naughty boy. All right, so I'm ready. Let's go to number 6. Oh, Super Chat.
Oh, Super Chat. Thank you, Connor, for the $5 Super Chat. Aaron just really popped out of nowhere like Dokes. Seriously, she did. I was not expecting that.
All right, so I said I afford one tie, and that tie for me is I really can't choose between these Soma games from Castlevania. I really, really, really love Soma as a character. He's one of my favorite Castlevania characters. He is my favorite Castlevania character. And when I was talking about Robin, I was kind of alluding to Soma, because Soma's a very similar character archetype. He's a dark chosen one, in a sense, who rejects his destiny, if you go with the good endings for both his games, which why wouldn't you? There is canon endings. But basically, what's really unique about the premise alone of Aria Sorrow compared to other games is Soma is the reincarnation of Dracula, the series antagonist for the entire franchise. Soma is the reincarnation of the main villain. And like he needs to he just wants to go home. He just like, I don't want no part of this. I'm a teenage boy. I just want to go home with my cute teenage Japanese girlfriend, and we just live our lives normally. And he has to make it all the way through Castlevania just to get out of there, just so he can just have a normal life, because he has to defeat the heart of Castlevania. And then in the sequel game, Dawn of Sorrow, this dang cult wants to come and either make him accept his destiny as Dracula or steal his power from him to create a new Dracula. And this boy's just like, can everyone please leave me alone? I just want to live a normal life.
How about maybe you chill?
But he's a good character. I like him because he seems like just a chill, normal teenage boy who kind of has an emo fashion sense. But like, he's also pretty sassy, and he's got some hilarious lines. But I also love the cast around him. I love his pseudo love interest, Mina Hakuba, who is a clear reference to Mina Harker, which is a reference to Bram Stoker's Dracula, because in Bram Stoker's Dracula, specifically the movie version, the Francis Ford Coppola movie version, Mina is a reincarnation of Dracula's one true love, Elizabetha, which they pull a lot from Bram Stoker's Dracula in the Castlevania series. But like, even in Lament of Innocence, Matthias's love, who dies tragically, very similarly, her name is Elizabetha. She reincarnates to Lisa in Dracula 2, and then they go more in depth into that in Symphony of Night. And there's subtle hints that Mina could be a reincarnation of Lisa, especially considering the creators went and said that Dracula's only ever loved one woman. Like, only ever loved one woman, and that was Elizabetha. And people are like, wait, what about Lisa? And then later Soma Mina. And I'm like, well, that subtly implies, especially by referencing Mina Harker, that's always been one woman.
Yeah. God is sitting there reincarnating her over and over, and he was like, No, against your will, you will get a happy ending.
Yeah, but I love that too because of like, as Matthias, he cursed basically and blamed God for taking his love away from him. And then Lisa comes along, and then he kind of chills out a little bit as Dracula, only for her to be taken away. And then that's why he goes ultra rage, blah, blah, blah. And that's why you have the rest of the games. And then he reincarnates as Soma. And what I really love about this one is it feels like the best way to defeat Dracula is to give him a second chance. Let him live a life as a normal human and see if he accepts that life as a normal human. And Soma does if you go with the true ending. He just wants to live a normal life. And especially with Arikado in this game, because he's actually Alucard. Very obvious there, Alucard. But I love it because in a way, this is Alucard helping the reincarnation of his father. And like let him have a happy life. And by extension, if the hints are to be like believed, then also the reincarnation of his mother. And I believe that Mina is also reincarnation for also that reason. I find that extremely meaningful for Alucard's character, because then it's like he finally got to then, in a way, save both his parents. And I think that's just that gets in my heart. And I also, one detail I really do love is if you look at his disguise as Genya Arikado, he looks a lot like Matthias, Dracula's original human incarnation from Lament of Innocence, which makes sense. He is Dracula's son. So I found that to be very cool. And I love Yoko. Yoko's is like, you wouldn't know it by looking at her. She's really funny.
Yeah.
She has some of the goofiest lines. I really love her. And I love Hammer. And I thought it was really cute in the Dominus collection that it strongly implies that Hammer has a crush on Yoko, because he has a full-on dream that he like saved like Yoko and all the other protagonists from the DS games from Dracula. And he's like having this dream where Yoko's giving him a kiss on the cheek, and he's just like all happy. And they put it in the credits of the Dominus collection. And I'm like, that was insanely adorable. I love Hammer. And of course, I can't talk about these games without talking about the GOAT, Julius Belmont. The one Belmont who actually kills Dracula. And not, kind of killed. No. Like straight up kills Dracula so hard he has to reincarnate. Dracula always eventually comes back from the dead. He killed him so hard he had to reincarnate. Like that's a go.
Yeah. It makes it all the bigger shame that they've never made a 1999 Castlevania, the War of 1999.
Yeah, like the younger Julius Belmont, to see all the events that alludes to in Aria of Sorrow, to see Julius finally defeat Dracula for good with the help of Arikado and as well as the Hakuba clan. I want to see that. I like Konami UI. But I love these games are really good. It takes what's really good about Symphony of the Night and I think elevates it. It's why I really love Aria of Sorrow a lot. And I really love the DS game. People bag on it just because of either the glyphs on the DS, which I say skill issue.
Yeah.
And the other is the art style change, which I'm like, Castlevania is no stranger to using anime art style. Like, hello, Rondo of Blood.
Well,
Bloodlines.
And before this, Portrait of Ruin also had.
Well, yeah, Portrait of Ruin is the same art style. People are a little less harsh on Portrait of Ruin because it's not a sequel to another game. And like, I get it. Ayami's art style is gorgeous. Like all of her art for all the Castlevania games are beautiful Gothic art. They're like some of the most beautiful things I've ever seen in my life. I don't see what's a problem with like the anime art style though, because of like, it's just an art style. Like Rondo of Blood did the opposite. It had anime art style, and then for its sequel, Symphony of Night, it had the Gothic art style. And I just love how expressive a lot of the character sprites are in the more anime art style. Not to say that Aria of Sorrow, the characters are like soulless or something. No, it's just beautiful art style, but it's limited by
the fact that it was on the Game Boy Advance.
The Game Boy Advance, but it's also limited by the fact that her art style is very beautiful, but it's not like she can do so many super duper portrait expression. She's got a couple of different expressions, but they're all limited to that beautiful Gothic art style. It's really aesthetically just a difference in that regard. Aria of Sorrow is very beautiful to look at. Dawn of Sorrow is extremely expressive.
Yeah, and I do like how in some of the more modern art where they'll have sort of a mix between them. That'll be a more detailed anime style, but it's not the full on like Gothic style. They kind of merge the two together for some character designs.
Yeah, and I'm like, I love these games. I love these characters. I love Soma's story, how he like fights tooth and nail because he doesn't want any of this. He just wants to live a normal life. And I love how totally in denial he is about the fact that he totally loves Mina. Because everyone's just like, yeah, your girlfriend. He's like, no. And everyone's like, shut up. Yes, she is. He's such a teenager.
Yeah.
But I also love his character design, how it is literally the opposite of Dracula's in every way. Like the a lot of the contrast of white with a little bit of black. It's like to hint at like there's this darkness inside him that he's trying to cover up. And I'm like, it's just a good design. He's just a good character. I love him. I love these games. I love them so much. Soma Cruz is my boy.
Facts.
So yeah, that's my number 6. We're on 6, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So mine is Kingdom Hearts 358 over 2 days. Or just days.
Roxas is Soma Cruz is my boy, Roxas is your boy.
Yeah. Ever since I played Kingdom Hearts 2, like Roxas is my favorite character in Kingdom Hearts, hands down, period. So the fact that there is an entire game all about his story, I was all over that.
It is a really good story, though.
Yeah, and I have to say, if you've only ever experienced the story through the collections where all they have are cutscenes mixed in with summaries, you're losing there is so many nice details in the gameplay.
Also, you miss out on the best line ever in the history of lines.
Roxas, that's a stick. Yeah, there's so many conversations that the characters have in just between the cutscenes that flush out their personalities and their stories. Like, yes, they need to do a remake. They need to like use the models,
or at least like a remaster.
Well, yeah, a remaster of like imagine
kind of like what they did with Dream Drop Distance.
Yeah,
or
like
the 2.8.
Yeah, like imagine if they used a lot of the all the stuff they had in Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix in the HD versions, and you use because there's a lot of reused areas.
Yeah, I would remaster that and coded or recoded. Yes. I guess I should say.
Recoded. But yeah, it's like this game needs it, and it's like I do admit, like I played it on my 3DS, which is I would highly recommend over a DS because the D-pad, because this is an action game, like. You would really want that circle pad over that. This is also why they need to have a remake, because it's like there's a lot of really cool stuff with the gameplay, and it's got a mission structure to it, because the way it's structured is like it's called 358 over 2. It covers 358 days of Roxas's time in the organization before Kingdom Hearts 2 started. And then you're like, oh, okay, so these are the missions he went on.
And people are like, what's the 2 then? Well,
that's a spoiler. Yeah, for anyone wondering, there is in fact an actual sensible explanation for this title, but it's like
Nomura is funny like that.
Yeah, it's like these are stories that like the titles make sense, but they're weird.
Nomura, like all of the games, have weird titles like post Birth by Sleep, but it's like, but if you actually play the game, then the title, like even 0.2 Fragmentary Passage, people are like, what? And I'm like, yes, it's a goofy title, but it makes sense.
Yeah, what I really love about Days is it actually manages to really capture the mundanity of like your work, because that's what Roxas is doing. He's doing work.
You're essentially clocking in. All right, nobody.
Yeah, he's clocking into work in the organization. And what's really great is it actually starts before where Chain of Memories starts. So the nobodies who were there and
However,
they
play Kingdom Hearts in release order.
yes, yeah, do not play this before Kingdom Hearts 2.
Do not play this before Chain of Memories. Play it in release order. Play Kingdom Hearts 1, play Chain of Memories, play Kingdom Hearts 2, play Days.
Yeah. Or watch Chain of Memories on a playthrough because
yeah, like watch somebody's watch somebody's playthrough, and like if you can't get Days, like if you don't have a DS or a 3DS, then watch somebody's actual playthrough on YouTube. Like I know they show the cutscenes in all the collections, but I agree with Coolman. Like it's actually so much better to experience the game in its fullest.
Yeah, and if that's what's really cool is you actually get to see like all the guys who showed up in Chain of Memories before they went to the castle that never or Castle Oblivion, right?
Yes. Oblivion.
Okay, I was like, because I know it's got multiple.
Sorry,
names.
I keep muting because I have popcorn and I don't want to hear me munching in my mic.
Yeah. So you get to hear and talk a lot about them, and it's funny because there's even some nice little bits of foreshadowing for certain characters, and like if some of the organization members will start talking to you, and you'll be like, "What do you mean?" And then once you start playing through the games, and you're like, "Oh." That's actually a little cool detail.
Which is why play in release order. Just because if this is technically a prequel to Roxas Historia 2, do not play it before 2. Absolutely do not. If you do that, I will come into your house and I will eat all your food. This is a threat.
Yeah, and it was really cool because it also does really make you understand why a lot of things in Roxas's section in the prologue of Kingdom Hearts 2 were the way they were, and you're like,
I said what I said, Zan the Man. This is a threat.
Yes, you will die if you play Kingdom Hearts Days over before 2.
I will steal all your food in your house. I will. This is a threat. Play it correctly.
Yeah. Yeah, and the fact that you also get to see there are missions where you actually will have the other organization members fighting alongside you. It's actually really cool. And I believe you could also play as them in some of the missions too. I don't remember. I didn't do all of the stuff. But it has one of my favorite stories. And it completely fleshes out a lot of the stuff from Roxas in Kingdom Hearts 2. Because there's a lot of things about Roxas that are still kind of left up in the air with Kingdom Hearts 2. But this one really kind of fleshes all those details out. This is also a game that is clear, like, you need to play this before you play Kingdom Hearts 3. Because there's so many references to Days and 3.
Oh, yeah. 3 is very much wrapping up everything, not just the number games. It's all the midquel games and prequel games.
Yeah.
Like I said, play in release order. If you do not play in release order, and you have no excuse to not play in release order, all the collections encourage release order, even if they don't have recoded and Days fully in there and just it's cutscenes. But I digress.
Mm-hmm.
Play in release order. You have no excuse not to.
Yeah.
Or I will steal all your food. I will come into your house. I will eat everything out of your cupboards. I don't care if your brother already does that, Ghost.
Yeah, you could unlock the mission and then replay the mission as any other organization members, plus a few others like Donald, Goofy, Mickey, Riku, Sora, and spoiler. Oh, okay. So I actually didn't know that. I didn't go back and replay a lot of the missions. I was playing through for the story mostly, so I didn't actually do that.
I will say this game, because if the Kingdom Hearts games have their moments where you get really emotional, and this game really hits you in the feels, and they all involve spoilers, but man, does it really hit you in the feels.
True.
Also, sea salt ice cream. I learned how to make sea salt ice cream because of Kingdom Hearts.
It's delicious.
It's so delicious.
All right. So
number 5. I love Judgment so much. I already talked about it last stream, but I freaking love this game. I 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 love this game. And it's so hard to talk about this game with not getting into spoiler territory because, my gosh, the best parts of the story are big, heavy spoilers.
Yeah, we were actually discussing like both of us wanted to put this on our list. And
it was like, okay, listen, we can both talk about it if one of us have one list. Because then there was another game. I'm like, all right, you can put that game on your list, and then I put this game on my list. Like, we'll trade. And then we can both talk about why we love the other game. Oh my gosh, this game is so good though. It's got such a good mystery. I love this game. I love Yagami. I love his cast of characters. I love they don't quite do Hobo Nick like they do for Phoenix Wright when it comes to a disgraced defense attorney. He just instead becomes a private eye.
Yeah, he's technically not even disgraced because he still has his badge.
Well, he is disgraced in terms of the public eye. He just didn't lose his license. Like his reputation was in the sewers after that. Oh gosh, what an intro to the game though. I remember looking at you because I beat the game first and then I wanted you to play my new game plus. And after the intro, and I was like, so, and you're like, I think we're gonna be in for a good time. I'm like, I think you're gonna be in for a great time. Oh, this game's so fun. That's right, Kaibro. I love Kaito. Kaito-san. I love Kaito.
He is the Kai Bro.
He is Kaibro. Oh man, I love this game. I love we didn't talk about it much in our last playthrough. Playthrough. Our last stream. My brain is mush. Mafuyu, Yagami's ex. She might as well be like, I don't know why the games don't have him get back together with her, because it is very clear that the chemistry is still strong between them and they still have lingering feelings for each other. Like, I get he has other romance options you could optionally like,
but none of them are even close to being good enough for.
I will admit the fortune teller lady comes close, but like she's still nowhere near. Like Mafuyu is actually part of the plot. She's also voiced by Jeremy Lee in the dub. She's really good. And like her and Yagami, they're great, especially when they get on the same page later on in the story. She's fantastic. I love her character a lot, and I love everybody at Ginda's agency. They're great. I even love the dick attorney guy.
Yeah,
he's such an a-hole, but I can't help but like him for some strange reason. I don't know why. And I love oh shoot, suddenly their names flew out of my head.
The which ones?
You know, at Ginda's agency, the other two. You know,
Yoshina, right?
The girl, and the guy who's totally into her.
Oh,
you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah. Sayori
Sayori, who totally dresses like Daria.
Yeah.
Yes, Saori.
Hoshino.
Hoshino. Suddenly their names flew out of my head. And I'm like, why did their names fly out of my head? I don't know why I had a brain fart. I love Hoshino and Saori. Their like little pseudo like romance was especially endearing. And like whenever she had to put on that disguise as a hostess, and at first he's like, no, we can't have her try to honey trap that guy just so she could get answers. Like he's like, I don't want any part of this. And then suddenly she cleans up and he's just like suddenly really into helping her do the makeover. And they're like, what's gotten into
He's down bad.
He is so down bad for her. It was so funny. Oh man. They're just cute. And I love oh gosh. I think my favorite is though Kaito's story, especially the whole story of the backstory when you find out even deeper of why he got kicked out of Matsugane's family. I also love Yagami's backstory too. Like his parents were murdered, and he goes through this angry path, and then in a way it's almost slightly similar to Kiryu's. The only difference is it happened much later in Yagami's life. Yagami was a teenager when Matsugane, a family, patriarch in a Yakuza clan, finds him, but he's kind of like, he doesn't want Yagami to go down that same path. He doesn't want him to become a Yakuza, but he like takes him in still and helps like fund his life to go to law school so Yagami can grow up and become a defense attorney just like his father. And like he's like good enough friends with Genda, and he helps like Yagami like get a job through that. Like, I love the Matsugane family too. Like they're great. Like they're this small family, but they make for a great like pseudo antagonist for Yagami to deal with. I also do like that, unlike Kiryu, Yagami actually can get hurt by scenes like guns that are not in cutscenes.
Yeah.
like no, like Yagami is not built like a brick house like Kiryu.
No.
Excuse me, goodness. Sorry. But it's like he actually can not tank hits. Oh man. I love this game, guys. It has such a good mystery. One of my favorite things is every time I see every time I see somebody saying is they might find the cure to Alzheimer's, every time I see somebody posting a picture of Judgment and people being like, real? And people are like, I'm getting out of town if they say they found the cure and I'm part of a Yakuza family. And I'm like, you're part of a Yakuza family? I see similar jokes regarding something about an empty lot.
Yeah.
But I don't want to spoil this game. I don't want to talk about why I love this game so much, other than it's just a really good game. It's the Dragon Engine, so the combat's beautiful.
Yeah, but Yagami has two entirely separate styles that are distinct from how Kiryu fights, which is really cool.
Yeah, he fights more like, like a kung fu action star. There's even like cutscenes like whenever he's like fighting around, he like straight up is doing like stunts you'd see in a Jackie Chan or
that
movie.
Was so fun. Yeah, there's one in particular that I after we were doing this one boss fight, and the boss fight has these like bits in the cutscenes where they're fighting just in cutscenes, and I watched it and I was just like, RGG could make a really good kung fu action movie.
They really could. Or just like, I would love for them to have a new game that's a beat 'em up. That is just straight up a kung fu game. I think they could make a really good one.
Yeah.
Speaking of that same scene, that I know exactly which one you're talking about, where then you get the boss fight for Higashi. That was so good, and it has such a unique boss fight music for Higashi that's really good. And Higashi's such a good character. I love his arc, and then where he eventually sort of pseudo joins your team, and how he clearly looks up to Kaito, and he's very conflicted about Kaito getting kicked out of the family, especially because of how heavily involved he was in that incident. And it's just, all these characters are so good. I can't recommend this game enough. If you've never played a Yakuza game in your life, you can still play at least the first Judgment game. You don't need to, there's some NPCs that make tongue-in-cheek references to things that have happened in other past Yakuza games. But you could also look at that as just regular NPC dialogue, noodle incidents, stuff like that. You don't have to, you don't have to play the Yakuza games if you don't want to. And some of them are pretty long games, but I will say, if you never play a Yakuza game in your life, I beg you to at least play the first Judgment games, especially if you love mystery games and action games.
Yeah, because it is all handled like a detective mystery story, including the fact that they even have previously on segments.
Yeah, it's paced like a TV show.
Yeah, you could make a TV show with each chapter being their own episode.
It's paced just like a TV show, but unlike a Sony movie game, it actually has a lot more gameplay.
Yeah.
It's just, I love Judgment. It's really good. Oh, it's so good. Yagami is my husband. just throwing that one out there, chat. He's got Lucina. I got Yagami.
On that note, I get to talk about mine.
Speaking of, I was like, all right, I love Yakuza 0 and Judgment so much, and I'm like, but I already got my tied game. And it's like, how about this? You could talk about, put Yakuza 0 on your list if I get Judgment. That way we sort of can still cheat and talk about why we love these games. This is the other game where I say, if you never play another Yakuza game in your life, play Yakuza 0.
Yeah, since Yakuza 0 is a prequel that takes place before any of the other numbered games, you don't need it. There's a few call forwards of,
and a lot of them are in sub stories.
Yeah, so it's okay, you don't need to know them, but there's a few nice little details. In fact, I actually do, one of the things I really like about this is that it does do a really good job at fleshing a few things out. For example, Daigo, he's the son of the
Patriarch Dojima.
Of Patriarch Dojima from the first game, who dies in the opening. But then he's introduced in the second game, but in Yakuza 0, he's still a little kid. So it's really cool because...
because this takes place in the 80s before the economy bubble pops.
Yeah, so it's really cool because when I played this...
One of the sub-stories where not so subtly implies that Majima's going to create the crash in the Japanese economy because he gets the politician to raise the taxes.
Thank you, Majima, for crashing the Japanese economy.
I love this game.
Yeah, and it's really cool because it's not just ambitious, because you have Kiryu and Majima, who is already a fan favorite character in the main games. Now you get to play him, and you get to see how certain things of his backstory play out. Because
sorry to interrupt you. Answer Connor's question, because I think you're best to answer this.
Oh,
because you played it in a different order from I did.
Okay, so I would say play Kiwami first and then Zero. I know a lot of people might say because Zero is technically the first continuity, and yes, there's some things in Kiwami that are brought over from Zero, specifically Pocket Circuit. But I'm telling you, play Kiwami first because it's based on the first game. It was intended as your introduction, and on top of that, the story of one is kind of mediocre. So going from Zero, which has one of the best stories in the entire franchise, to one, which is mediocre, is a massive downgrade. Go the other way around. You go from one, which is got an okay story. It plays really nice. It's got the 4 different play styles from Zero for Kiryu. But then you go through it. It's an okay story, but it acts as a decent introduction to a lot of the stuff in the
Zero
world.
has a better skill tree, though, with the money system, but I digress. I did play Zero first, but a part of me did wish, because I did go back and replay Zero after I played both the Kiwami games. I did wish what I did instead was watch a playthrough of the 2 original first games and then play Zero, because then at least I would have had a somewhat pseudo baseline going into Zero of what the original storylines were like, to catch all the references that Zero does do. Oh, bye, Ronan. And but I digress. I do think Kiwami is a good starting point, and and then if needs be, watch maybe the original game playthroughs just to see how the series has evolved from Kiwami, and to see how the original games play. But then definitely, I do think that's a good play order, sandwiching Zero in between Kiwami 1 and 2, because even though there's still some references to 2 in Zero, a lot of 2 I think hits a lot more if you play Zero first, especially with the Majima side story they added in Kiwami 2.
Yes.
It's supposed to kind of close that final chapter for Majima's story that was set up in Zero.
Yeah,
but with the new added Majima story.
Yeah, it's called the Majima Saga, and you unlock it as you're playing through the game. It was like it actually does. It takes place in Sotenbori, so or most of it takes place in Sotenbori, so it actually ties into stuff from Zero. So it's like you wouldn't have any context for that. You have to play Zero before you play that. And like I said, there's a lot of stuff with Daigo and even Ryuji. Ryuji makes an appearance in it, and the hilarious
he tries to steal Majima's pants.
which is hilarious, because that's actually a joke that goes back to Yakuza 2, where Majima says Ryuji will steal the pants off of you, and then it's like, oh no,
they made a sub story out of that.
That wasn't a joke. He would literally steal your pants. And there's a lot of stuff in Zero that does a really good job of building things forward, and especially for Nishiki's character. Like, Nishiki is the antagonist.
They gave him such a glow up in Zero.
Yeah, because you get a little bit of him of how he's like Kiryu's bro in the prologue, but then afterwards he's this cartoonishly evil villain. Kiwami does add these little flashbacks for him,
which does so much for his character.
It does good to show his descent into villainy.
His Anakin Skywalker descent into villainy.
Yeah, but Zero shows it does such a fantastic job with Nishiki. By also it shows the best part of him. This is when he and Kiryu were basically at their closest. This is when they were the best of bros. But it also does a really good job of subtly hinting at those darker aspects of him without completely breaking his lovable best friend characterization. It's really well done, and it's one of those things where it's like, you gotta wait until because going from that into Yakuza 1, and you're like, that's a downgrade in the story, especially that Nishiki is written. But there's so much of Zero that's so good, especially because with Majima, because Majima will, throughout the games, he started getting more to his backstory, and especially you play Yakuza 4 and Yakuza 5 actually tried to add more to his backstory. Yakuza 4 especially did some of the biggest job because it introduced Saejima. But what's really cool is that when I played Zero, Saejima gets talked about and gets brought up as the reason why Majima is in the situation he's in, and
Yeah, they really build upon it.
yeah, but what was really cool about this is that this made me, when I eventually got to Yakuza 4, I was like, Saejima! He was in Yakuza 0. They talked about him, but only briefly. So it was actually really cool when I played Saejima.
Hypes him up.
Yeah, which makes sense because Saejima is supposed to be an in-universe a legend, the Slayer of 18, this like most fearsome Yakuza in history kind of a guy. So actually having that little bit drip fed to me before really does a good job of building up for his character to come in later. Well, without even spoiling, because you don't actually learn all the details of what happened to him. All you know is Majima tried to stop it,
and he fights
got punished.
A bear. But that's,
well,
that's
yes. With Majima, it's like you get to find out that he tried to stop Saejima, and something really bad happened to him, and he lost his eye, and now he's stuck in Sotenbori, and that's where his story starts. And it does a wonderful job with Majima's character as well, because Majima, when he first starts off in 1, he's wacky crazy, and you're like,
insanely crazy, and like this constant boss fight for Kiryu.
Yeah, and then
that is literally hunting him down at every corner of the city.
Yeah, starting with Yakuza 2 and moving all the way up to even all the way up through 6, they were kind of slowly like lightening him up a little.
Well, because after the first game, he was sort of a breakout character.
Yeah,
they didn't expect Majima to become as popular as he was, so then they started including him more in the stories, and because they included him more in 2, they kind of made him like this chaotic ally for Kiryu, and people loved that in 2 so much, and so then that made people want more Majima. So by extension, that made them sort of have to kind of soften him up a little bit to continue being Kiryu's ally. And then people were like worried that they might be softening him up a little bit too much. So I think they found a good roundabout way by creating Zero and creating Majima's backstory to kind of show the duality of Majima's persona. So then it makes the softening up actually, in retrospect, makes sense to show you the different sides of Majima's personality.
Yeah, the actual story of Yakuza 0 is phenomenal. Like, there's a couple blemishes, but like a couple...
They're tiny.
Yeah, there's like one, I would even argue that there's only one scene that I actually have an issue with. That's it. One scene. And in other games where half the story is bad or the whole story is bad, it's like...
or like there's a major plot hole. Really, it's more of one where it's like, I don't know about that, guys. But it's like, but after that, it immediately hits the ground running.
Yeah. It's just like, it does such a great job, and it is mind-blowing just how good the story is, while also being really, like, ambitious with the gameplay, because both Kiryu and Majima both have 4 fighting styles. Most of the other games don't even have 4 fighting styles for individual characters.
Yeah, so you have multiple different fighting styles. Granted, both of them have the brawler style, but they each have their like 3 unique fighting styles to both of them. And then on top of that, like, you have so many fun sub-stories for both characters. You have the real estate for Kiryu. And then you have the cabaret club for Majima, and you can rack up so much money with those stories and doing those mini games, and they're really fun. And then you have some of the best antagonists this series has ever had.
Oh my gosh.
Love the lieutenants. The lieutenants in this game are like, all of them are bangers, every single one of them. And they even made the more one-note ones from Kiwami so much more cooler and menacing.
Yeah, because even Dojima in
and Shimano.
He was literally just
an evil
guy. Yeah,
I am evil, big bald man. But like this one, he's so much scarier. So then when you get to to Kiwami, like he's still like, just as hateable, but then you have the context of Zero, so then that kind of adds something to him. Same with Dojima, who was already hateable and detestable.
Yeah, but he was barely in
As CT
Yakuza
said,
1.
F Sohei Dojima. All my homies hate Sohei Dojima. Correct.
Yeah. Yeah, but then it's just like, oh, now you actually get to see him at his height. It was like, this is when he was at the peak of his power. This is at him at his most cunning and his most just absolutely ruthless.
At his most powerful. And then you get to see more of Sarah, who was underutilized in Kiwami. One of my complaints is they should have done a little bit more to fix Yumi's character, because Yumi was kind of a nothing character in the first Yakuza game.
That's what's so funny. She's not even in Zero. She gets referenced mentioned a couple times, and they're like, "Oh, she's in college," and you're like, "Okay, like you did so much work to flesh out Majima to fix Nishiki, and then." Yumi gets nothing. Even they were like, "I don't want to touch Yumi."
Yeah, she's like, such a boring love interest. Yeah, but I digress. I digress. I wish they fixed her character, but at the same time, she's so boring. I kind of don't care that she's not here.
Yeah.
But Zero's phenomenal. It's just such a fun game.
Yeah. There's a reason why a lot of people like it was a
lot of people's gateway into the Yakuza games.
Yeah, and it was really like after 2, like this was the game that became the gold standard.
Yeah, like, this 1, 2, and 7, Like a Dragon, is like the darlings of the franchise, and they're considered sacred cows for a reason.
Yes.
I still say Judgment's the best out of everything, but I digress.
Yeah, I love Judgment too.
But Yakuza Heroes is like, it's insanely Kino.
Yeah. So
I'm ready for my number 4. So a while back, Connor, you were like, Bayonetta's your number 1. No, surprisingly, no. I do think Bayonetta 3 is the best combat of the series, but this is the one Bayonetta game I keep constantly coming back to without fail every time. It's just so fun. The rush I get playing it. Also, it's got my favorite outfit design for Bayonetta. I love the short hair. I love the blue. I love the hair coming out almost like a shawl. Oh man, I love Bayonetta 2. Oh my gosh, and I love the music. I love that it's technically like Die Hard. You could consider this a Christmas game.
Yeah.
Because it takes place on Christmas. I love this game because it's also like, first of all, everybody got an amazing glow up. Jean's look is like peak Jean here. Yeah. She looks the best in Bayonetta 2. I hate her look in Bayonetta 1. I love Jean as a character. I hate her design in Bayonetta 1. Not her flashback design with the little Princess Leia bun. She looks really cute in that outfit. I love this Bayonetta game so much. I actually bought some earrings that somebody custom made on Etsy of Bayonetta's like little earrings from this outfit. I love this outfit so much. It is like the best. I love Love is Blue. I love the song Tomorrow Is Mine. And the other, the intro song, whenever she comes in, Moon River. Like, the intro to the first game was really fun and wacky and, like, over the top. This one takes it, like, up to the 11 for its intro. Whenever you're fighting a bunch of angels on a fighter jet and you're, like flying around in the city and beating up a whole bunch of, like, evil enemies. And then it escalates it to, because then Bayonetta's demon summon turns against her. Jean takes the hit for her, and then her spirit gets dragged to hell, and Bayonetta gets so pissed she attacks Gamora, and then her like outfit turns into outright wings, like on her back, and she's flying in the sky shooting at this demon that is climbing this like skyscraper like a King Kong type monster, but it's a dragon. Like, goodness gracious, the first level, not the prologue level, the first level is like the most Kino thing on planet Earth. I was playing it for the first time because I actually didn't play the Bayonetta games for a while because I kind of had a misconceptions about them, even though I loved the Devil May Cry games. And then it was I think, was it Bayonetta getting into Smash? Is that when we finally started playing the Bayonetta
I
games?
think so, yeah.
Yeah, so we decided to finally like jump into her games, and I'm like, wow, I actually think I love the combat in Bayonetta a little bit more than I do in Devil May Cry.
Mm.
Well, I don't know. Force gaming is pretty peak. It's tough, but it's pretty peak. Okay,
Yeah.
it might be equal. Okay, I'm just like,
Well,
wait,
well,
hang on. I do love. The only reason I didn't put Devil May Cry on this list, it was really a coin flip between him and Bayonetta, and I do love Bayonetta a little bit more. I love
yeah, you
Dante,
do.
but I really love her. She's such a cool power fantasy. And she's just fun, and she's wacky, and she's sexy, and she's unapologetic about it. And she's got that British voice. She's cheeky, and she has a little bit of vulnerabilities to her, but she's still pretty tough. Like everything that Dante is for like a male power fantasy, Bayonetta is for a woman. But like Dante's got enough to have female gamers being like, "Hey, handsome boy." Well, Bayonetta's the same for male gamers. People are like, "Hey, pretty lady," and they know it. They know they're attractive. Bayonetta especially knows she's attractive. I mean, like, it's hard not to get away from that because people are like, are you really going to talk about the game just because Bayonetta is attractive? That is one of the key defining traits. She's a beautiful woman, and her beautiful femininity, power fantasy is part of like her move set. It's everything she does, from her dancing to her poses. It's embracing that she's a beautiful, sexy lady, and she is flexing on all of her opponents because of that.
Yeah.
But she's just a fun character. The combat is fantastic. 2 really elevates a lot of stuff from 1, and it gets rid of a couple of enemies that I absolutely despised from 1, only for the flashback level, the time travel when you're fighting alongside Rosa. And then some of those old Bayonetta 1 enemies come back, where I was like, at first I'm like, oh, this is kind of nostalgic. I'm fighting some of the enemies from Bayonetta 1. And then a couple of those angels come in. I'm like, oh no, I'm fighting some of the same enemies from Bayonetta 1. Not you guys again. It's like, gosh dang it, you're just as annoying as ever. But it's fun. And I mean, I want to say, yes, this is a spoiler, but it's so dang obvious who this character is. You meet Baldur, the past version of Bayonetta's father, and everybody who plays the game is like, that's totally going to be Bayonetta's younger father. And then lo and behold, mask comes off. Yep, that's her father, but a younger version. Time traveled. But oh my gosh, what they do with him in this game is amazing. He somehow became my favorite character in a series where Bayonetta's usually my favorite character.
Yeah. Well, and it also fleshes a lot of things out from the first game, because when he appeared in there, you're like,
he's just evil.
Yeah.
But then it's like, oh, then you get to know more about the tragic past, because there was already the tragic past alluded to between Bayonetta's parents and how they were star-crossed lovers. And then the assumption was, oh, he just lost his mind and he's just crazy and whatever. And then it's like, oh, it's even a little bit more. There's a little bit more to that story. And then there's like this evil god. And then you meet this kid, Loki. And there's like this mystery of what's going on with him and how is he tied to all these greater grand schemes. The thing I love most too is you're not just fighting angels though in this game. You're also fighting demons. And some of the demon fights were tough, but they were fun.
Yeah.
I especially love that little stingray enemy.
Yeah.
Fight underwater. That one was really fun to do. And I also love when we do finally save Jean from that one. I forgot what her name was, but you know the one. She's got the rose aesthetic, that sexy evil demon lady. And I love when Bayonetta, like right before she fights her, she outright fist bumps Madama Butterfly. Like, see, you have that giant fist, and she like fist bumps her. And I also love that demon like hates Madama Butterfly, and Bayonetta's just like, I don't know what you did to piss her off, but whatever it was, nice. I love that Madama Butterfly and Bayonetta are just bros. She sold her soul to Madama Butterfly, and they're bros.
She's a chill.
Yeah, she's a chill demon. She likes Bayonetta. But I love everybody's new outfits. I know I already said that before. I love that Luca is kind of sort of like, he's chilled out from the first game even more so, and so he's just kind of becoming the intrepid reporter for Bayonetta to help her get some more info. He has a couple of like wacky scenes. He's a good support, and I love that Enzo is still like this dirtbag, but he's a family man, and all he just wants to do is just to be home for Christmas, so he can entertain his kids. Like even Bayonetta's just like, who thought this bumbling fat a-hole would be a respectable family man? It's just a fun game. It's like if you love Devil May Cry and you've never played the Bayonetta games, play the Bayonetta games. You'll like them.
Yeah.
It's the same style, the same humor. It's just good fun. And she's got 4 guns.
Yeah.
But anyways, that's my number 4.
So, I know we talked about how I could put a whole bunch of Zelda games on this, but I specifically picked Wind Waker because
it's peak.
It is peak. But when I was a kid, this is back in the early 2000s, and I had just gotten the GameCube. The Wind Waker was one of the first games I had gotten for it. And I put 254 hours. I remember this because I remember this on my save file when I played it. I put 254 hours into this game. And I 100% it. Like I did everything. I did all the little flower side quest. I completed that. I got all of the
pictographs.
Yeah, I did everything. I was okay. So I think there was a few pictographs I didn't get because then you would have to like repeat the game and like
like Ganondorf and Sages.
Yeah, I think Ganondorf and the Sages were the only ones that I didn't have, but like everything else, I had because I think I had their pictures in the pictograph. So when I got it, I could have gone back, but I didn't play it a second time.
It's a shame that when we played Wind Waker HD, it wasn't during the height of when the Wii U was out, because of then you could have 100%ed it with thanks to the Miiverse, which is why I bring the Miiverse back.
Yeah. So this is the Zelda game that I played the most when I was younger. Even other games like Twilight Princess and Skyward Sword. And so I did not play them as much as I played Wind Waker. It's the one that I...
Mike, the most of the flaws that Wind Waker had are pretty much gone in the HD version, which is why they need to port the HD version to the Switch and Switch 2.
Yeah, like the quick sale also.
Because most people have not played the Wii U because they didn't own the Wii U. Like, so people should play the best version because it actually cuts down on some of the more tedious parts of some of the side quests as well as the Triforce Fetch quest. It like heavily fixes some of the tediousness. So then you're just playing nothing but a Kino game, start to finish.
It was
Wind Waker's a good game, and I genuinely think it has a really good story.
Oh yeah, and it was like just like I love how you had like the big open ocean. I'm like, sure, some of the islands could have had more on them because there's like 6 or 7 actual like decent islands, and then like 40 ones that are just
where there's just like you can get treasure on them.
Yeah. But like it still is a game that it's a Zelda game that I am extremely fond of, and the one that I hold some of the strongest nostalgia for.
I love the music so much from this game too. Like I can still hear the prologue in my head. Yeah. Like, but you know what I mean. The prologue, like with that little like organ. It has like almost a Celtic feel to some of the music.
Yeah, and I don't have it with me. I had she got me the actual like all the opening art.
Yes, I did buy you that.
Yeah, as an actual like
the tapestry art.
Yeah, I don't have it with me right now, but
it's in storage.
Yes, but it's really cool. Like, and it's really great art, and it's like
I love them retelling the story of Ocarina of Time, specifically the adult timeline. like where the adult timeline ends, and then saying where it picked up after Zelda sent Link back in time, being like, oh, and then the hero time just vanished, and then Ganon returned. And it's just like, yeah, what would happen if Ganon returns and Link is not there? Then they had to turn to the gods. And it's such a cool opening starter. And to explain the need for Link. Like, you need Link. It can't just be Zelda alone that has to face Ganondorf. And as this game shows by the ending fight, you need wisdom and courage together to beat power.
Yeah.
And it's such a good. I love Zelda working with Link, like how she's got the bow and arrow, and like she's like shoots Ganondorf from behind as you try to distract him, and then the next phase where she's just like, pull your shield out so I will hit it and you can reflect it back at Ganondorf while you distract him. It's such a good boss fight. It's so good. Oh man, I love this game a lot.
Yeah, Mike, the Triforce quest, it's not impossible to do. I remember doing it when I was a kid. The problem is mostly that you have all that money you need to.
Yeah, you have to grind for money a lot to pay Tingle. This is why everybody hates Tingle.
Yeah, it's not even because yes, they did cut down the number of ones you have to go out and find, but that's not the biggest problem. The biggest problem was just how tedious it is. You have to go and get money, then you have
Yeah,
to go back to Tingle,
it
get
wasn't
the
even
map,
like,
then you.
yeah, it was mostly like you had to grind for money just so you can get a map and then you can look for the stuff. They cut that down to being like most of the time is where maps would have been. It's instead a shard of the Triforce. So it heavily cuts back on how many times you have to go to and from to like visit Tingle. So it's only just a couple of times you go and visit Tingle to get the next map. So it heavily fixes that problem because of that's the problem for me is I loved the GameCube version, but like I always stopped to a certain point because of the the Triforce fetch quest was really tedious and annoying on replay. And it's that meme though. You know the meme where the guys are like mining and then the guy turns back around, but it's like another but he missed all the diamonds there. It's like, yeah, because right after that point, then you get to the final fight. And that final gauntlet that you do to fight Ganondorf in that last dungeon is genuinely the best stuff Zelda has. So it's literally like, oh, you were so close to peak if you just push through, but it's like, but that tedious stuff is just so annoying. But that doesn't exist in the HD version. Like, it's like, yeah, there's still some like going to and fro and backtracking, but it's like it's nowhere near as bad. And along with, yeah, padding's a good word for it. Thank you, Ghost. But it's like,
Yeah.
uh but it's like, but there's so many good solid dungeons. I love the big reveal with Zelda. They do something completely different than what they do with Sheik when it comes to with Tetra. So like she doesn't even know she's actually the next incarnation of Zelda. She grew up her whole life like living a life as a pirate, but she's actually the descendant of Hyrulean royal family. And so I think they handled that really cool. And I love the King of the Red Lions. He's one of my favorite sidekicks. He's not my all-time favorite. I'll get into that later. Not that anybody is surprised that game's going to be on my list, but it's just a good game with very fun characters, very fun dungeon boss fights. I do love the combat system in Wind Waker a lot, and
Yeah.
and it's a timeless art style.
Yeah, I remember back in the day when people complained about it. They were like,
And how wrong
"Oh,
they were."
yeah." And I remember even as I was younger, I was like, "This doesn't look bad." And then it's like nowadays, even the GameCube version has aged well. Like even without the HD version, it's like it still looks nice just because the art style is so good.
Yeah, it's timeless, the cell shading. It's why more games need to be cell shaded. I'm just saying. Phoenix, stop complaining because I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the chat and Tim. Go to sleep.
Yeah. Hard to know, so it doesn't age. And one of the things I really love about this is actually specifically Windfall Island is that the entire, because I remember when I was first playing the game, I was surprised just how many side quests are just in that one island. It's like there's so many things you can do there.
Yeah. A
And
lot of stuff.
Like,
it makes for almost, it's not a hub world, but it makes for a great focal point.
Right. And it makes sense. It's like, okay, this is the main island. So,
it kind of reminds me of like Hyrule Castle in the past for Ocarina of Time. In a way, like it's like, oh, a lot of stuff happens here, or like a Kakariko Village where like you meet a lot of characters and then a lot of stuff happens there. Or like Lookout Landing from Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah.
It feels like it's a nice central area where you run into a lot of characters and you pick up a lot of side quests and things like that.
Mm.
Or like Clockwork
Clocktown.
yeah, Clocktown. I was like, that's not called Clockwork Town. What am I saying? From Majora's Mask. It's just a good game. It's a very good game. It stood the test of time, and I'm glad
Mm.
that people came around on it from their very, very wrong opinions from back in the day.
Yeah.
Because they didn't even criticize it for the right reasons. It was just cartoony game. That means Zelda's like kid friendly. Link stabbed Ganondorf straight through the head. What do you mean kid friendly?
Yeah.
Amateurs. All right. So, I love Kingdom Hearts 2 a lot. So, like as I said earlier, way back when I was in high school, the reason I bought a PlayStation 2 was I wanted to get into the Kingdom Hearts series. As very specifically, I saw it was when Kingdom Hearts 2 came out that I had a part-time job and I saved up just so I could buy a PlayStation 2 and then buy a bunch of PlayStation 2 games. And then I immediately played Kingdom Hearts 1 and Chain of Memories. I hated Chain of Memories. Not the story. The story was Kino. I hated the card mechanics. I hated it so
Yeah.
much. But that's neither here nor there. I did it because I wanted to play Kingdom Hearts 2. I obsessively was like, really wanted to play Kingdom Hearts 2. I was like going gaga because I wanted to play Kingdom Hearts 2. Those trailers made me super excited. So when I finally got to like start playing Kingdom Hearts 2, and in my head, after playing Chain of Memories in the first Kingdom Hearts game, I like built up in my head like, oh my gosh, what's gonna be into? Oh my gosh, because I was anticipating it like crazy. And because of like I wasn't online as much, especially because it was like what in like the late 2000s, so it wasn't like there was like much of a social media presence I had, so it's not like I could have been spoiled. So I was itching for this game. And so whenever I got Kingdom Hearts 2, it lived up to my expectations. This is one of those games where I like would sneak downstairs in my house. It's because there was a bigger TV downstairs and I turned the volume all the way down to number 2 because I had really good hearing anyway, but that way it wouldn't wake anybody up. And then I literally like would stay up on Friday nights, but I was very quietly because I didn't want to wake up anybody because I didn't want to get in trouble. And I played this game up until the crack of dawn. It was one of the few video games I've ever done that before. And like, yes, there are other games that I do think gameplay wise, Birth by Sleep and Kingdom Hearts 3 mechanically are very strong games and probably even I would say objectively are better than Kingdom Hearts 2. But I love this game too much. It hits my sweet spot with everything. And the remix, the final mix, I should say, fixes a lot of like any of complaints I had in the past with some of the gameplay or certain boss fights, which still I have war scars from, to the point whenever I tell people to get into Kingdom Hearts and I'm like, watch out for this boss, prepare this, this, and this. They're like, this boss wasn't that hard. I'm like, oh, right. I keep thinking of the vanilla version. It's like, like ingrained in my memory of like certain
I know.
bosses.
I mean, when I played it, I was like, "Oh, that wasn't that hard. It just took me like a couple of tries."
And I'm just
And
like,
you were like,
what? That's not fair. Why do I have to carry these war scars? I love this game so much. I adore this game so much. I have the strongest nostalgia for this game some days. And I will like, all I have to do is literally just start the starting level. And then I just hear that Haley Joel Osment, it's like a scattered dream that's like a far off memory that's like a scattered dream. And then immediately I just like, I like fall to the ground. I'm like, ah, my feels of nostalgia. Yes, I love this game so much. I adore a lot of the character designs too. It's really, really good. I still do not understand people who are saying like Kingdom Hearts 2 is confusing. I don't know. I immediately played 1 and 2. I mean, sorry, 1 Chain of Memories and then 2. And I seem to understand everything that was going on in 2 just fine. But whatever. That's just me. I love how refined they made and the customization. I think they did a lot better with the menu compared to Kingdom Hearts 1. I think the platforming like is a less. They don't have Alice in Wonderland or Deep Jungle, so they've already like constructed the worlds a lot better. The gummy ship segments being more like of a rail shooter was much better,
Oh
but
yeah.
like not as bad because of the Kingdom Hearts 1. It straight up was like a bad Star Fox clone with the gummy ship segments. Kingdom Hearts 2, it was a good Star Fox clone.
Yeah.
Both are knockoffs, yes, but it got better. And it actually had some sections which felt more challenging in a good way and not cheap in certain ways. Like I really load the gummy ship sections of Kingdom Hearts 1. But I love this game so much. I love this game so much. I can't even begin to describe how much I love this game so much. For the longest time, this was my favorite game. I mean, it was at war with another game that is my number one. But then a couple of other games came along and kind of knocked it down a couple. But I still adore this game. I remember when I beat this game for the first time when I was in high school, and it was one of those where it was a night where I stayed up till the crack of dawn, and I got to the credits, and then I just collapsed in my beanbag after beating it, and I just let out this big, I did it. I was so proud of myself. Oh, but I love this game, and after I played Kingdom Hearts 2, I was obsessed. I was obsessed with getting Sora into Smash, because then Brawl came out a couple years later, and I wanted Sora in Smash for so long, and I finally got Sora in Smash, you guys. Kingdom Hearts 2 started those brainworms. Oh, yeah, I love this game. It makes me
Yeah.
happy. The music is also so Kino, and it's got some great worlds. I love the Mulan level. I love the Tron level. I love what they do with the Aladdin and Nightmare Before Christmas when you revisit them. I love the Beauty and the Beast level a lot. I love I know some people hate on it, but I actually unironically do love the weird rhythm game segments for the Little Mermaid world. I love the Lion King level a lot. And even though it's goofy and how out of place it looks, no pun intended about saying it's goofy, with the Pirates of the Caribbean level. And I really especially enjoy Roxas, and I love them going more in depth on Naminé. And this is still my favorite design of Kyrie's. I love this design of her. She looks great. And I really love what they did with Riku's character a lot. Like seeing his evolution of him trying to atone for everything that happened in Kingdom Hearts 1. It's just really good. And I love all the partner characters. I think my favorite would be Aladdin and Jack, both Jacks, Sparrow and Skellington. Mulan was great too. I love her as a partner character as well.
I like how they basically fixed The Nightmare Before Christmas, because I had watched that movie and I was thinking, man, the relationship between Jack and Sally,
They have so much
undercooked.
chemistry in the Kingdom Hearts games. It's really funny.
It was like, well, I didn't expect Kingdom Hearts to actually come in and fix my problems that I had with this movie from 30 years ago.
But they're so cute. They do them really well, and I love anytime there's an obvious romantic Disney couple, all of the like Sora, Donald, and Goofy will often tease them and just be like to Belle and Beast. They're like, now you guys behave, no fighting now. Or there are people are like, oh, obviously there's something going on between Shang and Mulan. It's cute. It's innocent. It makes me forget that I hate the Walt Disney Corporation and actually love these characters again. I love these games. And Square, where's my Kingdom Hearts 4? Is it all right? Is it safe? But yeah, I adore this game. It gives me the biggest nostalgia for my teenage years. I really love it. And Yoko Shimomura is a goddess. But that's my number 3.
All right. A classic. And for very good reason.
I'll send my right hand after you. Your right hand comes off.
I remember this was the first Resident Evil game that I played. And I got the Wii version for a birthday. And I was like, I think my 17th birthday. So I was old enough to play it. And I remember when I was first playing it, because I had all my bros were over and we played it. And we were playing through the beginning section. We're all having fun, and then after they went home, and the next day I played more of it, and I'm just like, oh, this is a lot scarier without everyone else here to laugh. And they had all played Resident Evil 4, so they were pointing me in the direction. I was just like, oh, this is scary. I don't like it. I mean, I did like it, but it was so. And I get why there are people who say like, oh, this became more actiony. But I mean, in hindsight, like the series had already been moving towards action, especially with how some of the cutscenes in
like in Code
Code
Veronica.
Veronica. But it really still keeps a lot of the horror stuff.
Well, I'd even say starting from 2, it was starting to move slightly a little bit more action in some of those cutscenes.
Yeah. But like it still has the horror aspects. It's different because instead of taking place in a one main area with a couple little other bits, it's constantly moving through different areas. And really, it was needed at the time where they needed to break away from Raccoon City. They needed to actually have like a more something that does something different.
It felt like all the games before it were good, but it felt like new life was breathed into Resident Evil with Resident Evil 4.
Yeah. And what's actually really interesting, I actually saw someone who made a mod for the game that gives it a fixed camera angles, the same controls, and people pointed out like it actually is just like classic Resident Evil. It plays a lot like it. It's just over the shoulder. It just
it's got some of the same like cheesy one-liners because the characters always said cheesy one-liners in all the previous games.
Yeah, but 4 was the first time when they embraced the cheese.
Yeah, it was more of unintentional cheese. This one said, no, we're in on the cheese and we're proud of our cheese.
Yeah, and I think that's something that makes it work a lot better because, like, Leon actually cracking some jokes, it makes sense. He's already been through hell, so this is just another day at the office for him, really.
Yeah, he's clocking in, saving the president's daughter.
Yeah, so it really makes sense, and it still is scary. Like when you're playing it, you can die. There's so many times, especially when the
I remember whenever we started playing my PS4 version, which was a Switch, because no pun intended. But compared to like previously what we've played it on, and I'm in that starting section, and it's right before the first Chainsaw Man comes out, and I'm just like, oh no, I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready for him to come in yet. Oh no. And the anxiety just rises, and when I barely survived that section, I'm like, aha! And then the pitchfork guy stabbed me, and I'm like, no! I still remember when you climbed up the ladder when we were playing on my PS4. And then they kept climbing up the ladder, and you just kept knifing them, and they just kept falling down. And then we just see barrels of money on the ground because they keep like dying, and they turn into piles like money and stuff to pick up. And you're just like knife.
It helps when you've played the game 4 times, like I have. So even if I haven't played the game in a while, like I've got a lot of experience playing the game because I know when she was playing it, and then I said, "Hey, just hand me the controller." I had only played it.
I said after I die, and then I died 5 seconds later. I'm like, "All right, here's the controller."
Yeah. So it's funny because then it's just like I was going in, and even though it took me a second to adjust to a controller because I had always played it on the Wii, where you had the really smooth aiming with the Wiimote, but like. It's like, okay, all the old tricks still work. You run up to someone, you knife them in the face, you kick them, and then you can knife down. You basically can save a whole bunch of ammo that way.
I think my favorite when we were playing it on my PS4, that one section where you would knock over the ladder, and they kept putting the ladder back up, and then so you just kept like kicking the ladder, and it was like this repeated war between you and the NPC.
Yeah,
and you did that for 5 minutes straight until one of them got tired and then shot at you. They're like, "All right, we're tired of this nonsense."
Yeah,
that's true, Wolf. That is very true.
Yeah. So one of the prototype versions of Resident Evil 4 was so different because it was all supernatural and stuff, and they were like, why don't we just have this be another game? And then that's where Devil May Cry spun off from it. which is honestly really funny because it's like, oh yeah, it's like that's why there's a big. It takes place in a castle because obviously the castle is one of the main locations
Well,
in
yeah, and
Resident
even
Evil
in
4.
Devil May Cry 1, you can see that early Resident Evil DNA because a lot fixed camera angles in the first Devil May Cry game.
Yeah.
But they realized having Leon like doing these juggling parries with monsters, they're like, all right, we're gonna jump the shark with this next Resident Evil game. And they're like, let's just make it into a new IP.
Yeah.
Fair.
We used to be a proper country. And they said, oh, instead of making a game that's totally nothing like the original, let's make a totally new series out of it. Yeah, but Resident Evil 4 is just a phenomenal game. And I remember it's one of the few games that like every time I picked up the game, I was like, I wanted to play it again.
It was one of also my earliest memories of when I played a game because I played it with a friend of mine at the GameCube because I was struggling with this game. I'm not the greatest whenever it comes to games like this, but I still love these characters and stories, so I will still try to persevere no matter what. But I have a friend who we played the Resident Evil games together. I preferred 4 over the past ones because I hate tank controls so much. And so I did better with 4 than I did with some of the older ones. But I still love them dearly. But I think one of my favorite memories, though, is it was one of the earliest instances is when I actually recognized a voice actor. So like when Ashley called out Leon, and then suddenly I stopped and I'm like, is that the squirrel from SpongeBob? And then that's when we went to the internet to look it up. We're like, holy crap, that is Sandy Cheeks. And that just kind of made me enjoy this game even more because I'm like, wait, I know that girl. It's just a fun game from start to finish. I also love Ada's design here, like that beautiful like femme fatale red dress that she wears.
Yeah.
It makes her just that much cooler that she can run around in heels in that dress. And people are like, it's not realistic. Like, she's cool and pretty. Shut up. Denied. Sit down.
Yeah, and Leon is also doing backflips through laser rooms. I love the fact that they were so mad about the stupid laser room scene in the movie
Like,
that
we're
they
gonna make it cooler.
Yeah, we're just gonna have Leon do backflips off the walls and just
also,
dodge
this is still my favorite Leon look. I love how cool he looks in this game.
It really is the best look he's ever had.
Yeah, he just looks so cool. I like all of his quips. I remember when we went to Anime Matsuri and there was a guy dressed as Leon, specifically from Resident Evil 4. And we asked him, so which hall are you heading to first? And then he turned to look at us and he goes, bingo. And he just went the elevator. And I'm just like, all right, he's the perfect Leon Kennedy.
He understood the assignment.
It's just I love this game too. It's just a fun. It's almost like if Evil Dead was a game, and I'm not talking about the Evil Dead game. It's the right amount of cheese and horror.
Every man wants that jacket. It
is a cool jacket, and he's really pretty. Leon's hot.
He's cool and tough for the guys, and he's also sexy for the ladies.
You know, and then the guys have Ada, so everybody wins.
Yeah. We have Ada and Ashley.
Yeah, eye candy for everybody. Everyone wins.
Yeah,
both sexes get eye candy.
They also have the sexy Spaniard, Luis.
Yes. Or is it Louis?
Louis! I am Luis. Louis.
He keeps telling you his name.
He's so aggressively American. And he just says, I am not going to pronounce it with an accent. I'm just calling you Louis.
Leon, you jerk. I love this game. It's a good game. I also love that everybody, like, it was like a meme forever where it's just like, it doesn't matter which generation console you're at, you will get another port of Skyrim and Resident Evil 4.
Yeah.
It's like one of the most ported games ever.
The only thing I wish is that the Switch version had the motion controls from the Wii.
It would be cool if they had that as a separate thing. Like, oh, or do you want to play the Wii version? That would have been really fun. But I digress.
Yeah. So, that's
my number 2.
Of
So
course.
everybody who knows me. So
He's the Persona 5 girl.
everybody who knows me knows I'm the Persona 5 encyclopedia. I've played the original vanilla version like 14 times.
She's played it a lot. That's before Royal, too, mind you.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry. I played it 12 times. And then I played Royal 2 times on my PS4. And then I played it 2 more times on my Xbox. And I'm getting ready because I also bought the Switch version. So I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play it again on my Switch. And I also got it on my Steam Deck, so I can't wait to add to that as well.
Yeah, it was really funny because I remember when we were playing our second run of you and me on
Yes.
vanilla, and then
Yeah, Tim Aarons. That's what we named our protagonist.
yeah, and then Royal came out, and you were like, "So do you want to finish up this playthrough?" And I'm like, "I know, I want to. I've already played this game before. Like, I want to get to Royal. I want to see that."
And I'm like, still, we're finishing this playthrough. And I said, you're not allowed. And you're like, but I was like, no. I'm like, you will do as I say. This is my game. Oh man, I love it too because of when he played his own. Because anytime he played it originally, it was always at my place where I had a new game plus file waiting for us. Because I've always played this game a lot. So we always had a new game plus file just on the save, like ready to go. So then when he bought it for the Switch and then he played it totally different experience,
Yeah,
not playing it on.
totally fresh file.
Yeah. And then sometimes he said he would like look things up and I texted him like, "Why are you looking it up?" And he was just like, "Well, this boss fight's really hard." And I'm like, "Tim."
Okay, no, there was only one time when I had even the shreddest difficulty, and
No,
that
no,
was
no, 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 no. I'm talking about whenever you're like, "This boss fight's really hard." I'm trying to look at what people are saying what I should do. And I was like, "Tim." And you're like, "But it was really hard." I'm like, "Tim." And you're like, "What?" And I'm like, "Why didn't you ask me first how to do it?" And then you're like, That's a good point. What should I do?
yeah, it was literally it was specifically the Okumura boss fight. Everything, literally every other boss, I completely flew through them. It was just the specific things of because
Listen, you and everybody on planet Earth who cries about that boss fight, guess what I have to say?
well, no, the thing is
Skill issue.
the thing is whenever we were playing, it's just like we always had the most overpowered level 99 personas going in because those were the ones that
Skill issue.
I ended up beating it after 3 or 4 tries.
But and guess what? I beat him on my first try every single time.
Okay.
Listen, this is one game I get to flex on, and I will flex on this one.
No, the airlock stuff was fun.
The airlock stuff was easy. The puzzles, everybody who says that the Okumura puzzles and the true final boss of Persona 5 Royal, specifically the color puzzles, I'm like sitting there like, no, those were fun.
No, the puzzles are amazing. I love the puzzles.
I love when we did the Kanashiro Palace, and you for the first time were playing it, like you straight up grabbed a paper and you actually were starting to write the different codes down.
Yeah.
You like actually like we like not look up a guide. Like you're like, no, I wanted like this makes me like actually want to write things down and figure this out. It was really fun.
Yeah, all the puzzles were so good, and I especially love just how much it made us like really think about it, and especially in won't be going over into all the details. I don't want to like spoil stuff in the third semester, but some of the puzzles in the third semester palace are really good.
Really good.
And
they
love really
Royal.
Make you think.
Royal made me love Persona. Like I didn't think I could love Persona 5 any more than I did, and Royal made me love it even more, with one exception. But he will always be my one exception. Goro Akechi.
no one is ever born annoying, except of course.
Goro Akechi. I hate that character. Anyway, I love this game so much though. It's I remember seeing this game when it was nominated for the Game Awards. And I remember my friend Julie, she reblogged a lot of like art for it. So like I was aware of it, but I never played any of the Persona games up until Persona 5 came out. I was aware of the Persona games though, but I never really got into them. They didn't. I at first I thought, oh, this is not my RPG scene. I'm into other RPGs. How wrong I was. Um, but then I went to a GameStop one day, and when I was asking the clerk like any recommendations of games that because I wanted to buy some more games for my Switch and for my PS4. And so she was just giving me a list of like games that she loved, and she brought up Persona 5. And I'm like, oh, because I remember Julie really loved that game. And so that kind of made me consider it. And then I finally decided, and I remember the date. I remember the exact date. That's how much of a brainworms I have, guys. I remember the exact date I started playing this game after I bought it. It was April 20th of 2018 when I bought the original, the PS4, the vanilla version. I have the date remembered. But that's how much brainworms I got from it. Oh man, I love this game, guys, though. I could not put it down. And because of it, I went back and I played Persona 4 Golden, and then I played Persona 3 Portable. And I watched the Persona 4 anime. I watched the Persona 3 movies. Didn't like the movies as much compared to the Persona 3 game. But I digress. I got the dancing games. I got the Q games. I got Arena Ultimax, Strikers. Like, I went on a crazy binge after I played Persona 5. But I adore Persona 5. I love this cast, except one. I love these, like, their social links. Well, most of them. I love the palaces. I love the different puzzles. I love the boss fights. I love Royal especially. I love what more we can do with the Velvet Room, like adding in like the lockdowns, the incense stuff. It's great. I made some of the greatest personas ever. That's why everybody's just like, yeah, the Okumura boss fight's hard. Skill issue. Y'all don't understand. I made some of the best personas on my original Not New Game Plus playthrough. I was powerhousing, man. I love this game though. I adore, like, also their character designs are all really cool. I love I can't go into Royal without talking about spoilers, and I don't want to because I really love Kasumi's story, and I really 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 love the final boss's story.
I actually am working on a video just about that exactly. It was a video that we recorded a couple of years ago about Persona 5 Royal's third semester and all the new stuff in there.
Yeah,
And
it'll be we recorded the video years ago, and he never edited it. We kind of forgot that it was there sitting in his files, and so now,
yeah, so I'm putting it together now. It's going to be a long video. Like the raw file was like an hour and a half. So like it's going to be a hefty one whenever that gets done.
Wolf, what is your favorite party to use? Well, I didn't really have a favorite party per se. I often rotated characters all the time, but I always had Anne in my party because Anne is my wife.
Anne is best girl.
Anne is my favorite character. I love her a lot. But I always rotated characters a lot. And the rare chances I didn't have Anne in my party, then usually I would put Morgana in her place. Because Morgana's a really good healer. But I love these characters. I think they all have fantastic, amazing abilities. For my final... I try to usually what I try to do for the final boss fights, I try to make a party that is the most thematic when I have most of the party full. Granted, because it's like, well, obviously for the Kamoshida one, you can only have all the characters they introduce you to. So obviously then for Madarame, of course you're going to have Yusuke in your party. That's just a given. And like same with like Kanashiro's, of course I would have Makoto in my party. And like same with like each of them, like, oh yeah, like of course I'm gonna have Haru in my party, like, and then whenever it gets to Side Palace, I never put a Ketchi in my party. I hate that guy so much.
It's so funny that you have one obligatory fight with him, and then I take him out of my party.
I
immediately
know.
after.
Don't use him. I'm petty. I should work on getting over that, but I won't.
Not for a Kenji.
Least used character in your party? Will that just answer your question, lazy man? I will put him in for the final one, though. I do think it is meaningful to have him in for the very final boss fight. And I'll admit, he does have some good abilities. I let it go for that one. Because I'm like, all right, you're kind of useful to have around. Fine. But whenever we get to the second to last final boss, the true final boss for Persona 5, I try to, I'll keep Anne, but then I'll either put in Yusuke or Haru, or I'll put in Ryuji or Makoto. And then sometimes I'll switch it up and I'll be like, I'll have Anne, I'll have Morgana, and then maybe Haru or something like that. Sometimes, though, whenever I'm doing palace runs, I'll be like, I turn to Tim, and I'm like, all right, for this first palace run, we're going to do sausage mode. And then it's Rin, Ryuji, Yusuke, and Morgana. And then the other one, it's like, all right, it's Rin and the ladies' night. And then it's like Anne, Makoto, and Haru. Man, I'm silly. but usually I try to diversify the group, because if I feel like, okay, and there are times where it's like, oh, especially because of Royal added in the Showtime attacks, I'll try to then sometimes, then I'll go back to the start, switch out certain party members, because it's like, oh, I really specifically want the Morgana and Haru Showtime, or I'll want the Yusuke and Anne Showtime, or the Ryuji and Makoto one, or the Yusuke and Ryuji one. So I'll try to make sure I have certain party members, especially when I'm exploring in Mementos, and I like to rotate them out a lot when I do the Mementos runs. And so I can try to see if I can get in as many showtimes as I can, because they're really fun and flashy. And Mementos is great. I'll run the gauntlet, and I'm a person who will whenever I explore palaces, I'm just like, nah, forget gameplay and story aside. I'm gonna do this in one run. Cracks knuckles. It's become such a meme that I play this game too much that I even remember one of our tier list streams, one of the older ones. I can't remember if it was the candy one or something like that. I can't remember which of the previous streams, but suddenly you guys heard something from the Okumura boss fight, and everyone's like, "We know it's your player." And I'm like, "Oh, dang it! I didn't turn the sound down. I've been outed again. I'm playing Persona 5." I love this game. It oozes style. The music is some of the best music ever, and I don't care if people say it's overrated. I think it deserves its flowers. It's really good. I love this game. Peak fire, bro.
Yeah. So I get to talk about Metal Gear Solid 3.
I was waiting for you to talk about this one because I know
I've been waiting for this. Metal Gear Solid 3 is a fantastic game. I played the original PlayStation 2 version. Well, not the original. I played Subsistence 6 times. 3 on normal, 3 on hard. Because after 3 normal playthroughs, it got too easy. So I had to bump up the difficulty.
Meow.
The call of the ocelot.
I love the Delta, how they straight up made him look like the Mewing guy.
I mean, even when you look at his original one, he does already still kind of look like it.
I know, but I remember when the trailer for the second trailer for Delta came out, and then they showed Revolver Ocelot. Literally everybody on the internet started photoshopping Ocelot's outfit over the Mewing guy. People were just like, "Oh my gosh, Revolver Ocelot is Mewing, man."
A surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. Hey, yeah. This is my favorite too. And I especially love, this is funny, I especially love the 3DS version. A lot of people may not know, the 3DS version for MGS3 is really good.
MGS 3D.
Yes, it's got 3D in it. I wish they had done what they did with Revelations and like ported it to the Switch, because it was really good, because it takes Metal Gear Solid.
Specifically Resident Evil Revelations, guys.
Yeah, Resident Evil Revelations. Because what they did was they added in the third person shooting from Peace Walker, and it completely changes the game. Like, you could literally on the fly switch between the original like auto aim, the first person aiming, and third person shooting. It was really good. And it's one of the reasons why I really want to play Delta, because it's basically just that, but with HD graphics. But Metal Gear Solid 3 it's the best game in the series. Like, in terms of the balance it has, the gameplay, because even if some of the gameplay has aged kind of poorly, especially the CQC button, that if you hold it, you have to half hold it to grab a guy, because if you press all the way down, you'll slit his throat. Which, when I was first playing the game, I killed like 10 dudes on accident near the beginning while trying to get the feel for the controller.
And it makes several red-blooded capitalist Americans, patriots, question their loyalties when they see Eva. And then they're like, whoa, mama, KGB!
They're like, the communists.
Like, bombshell, babe!
Yeah, what was that Thomas Sowell quote, or the fake quote, the "Don't be distracted by socialist titties."
Yeah, I mean, people are just like, they're just like, God bless America, mommy.
But yeah, like this game unironically has the best story. Like, of all the Metal Gear Solid games, it has the best story. Like, there's stuff that in Metal Gear Solid 1 that are they're a little weak. And I won't even touch on the several Metal Gear Solid games that have absolutely terrible stories. And yes, absolutely, base CT. yeah. Don't be hypnotized by socialist titties. They'll hypnotize you to sleep. Okay, like, unironically, that was me. I was at the beginning of the game. I was standing in a pile of these guys because they kept coming up to me. I kept grabbing them. I'm like, I gotta get this right. Gosh dang it! I'm accidentally slitting their throats. And it was so funny because when I got to the end of the game where you have to face the ghosts of the people you killed, and I had all these guys at the beginning, and I'm just like, freaking hell, this is an accident. I didn't mean to kill you guys. But it's like, for any of those issues aside, like any like modern version, like, you don't have to deal with all those problems.
Carl, that kills people.
Yeah. Carl, that kills people. I don't know. I just stabbed him 37 times in the chest.
I didn't mean to.
Yeah. Oh, well, I didn't know that. I was unaware. Like, this game, like, a lot of people will always put like Metal Gear Solid 3 as like one of the best games in the series, and that's absolutely deserved. Like, the story is phenomenal. The gameplay, especially if you go through and you're playing Metal Gear Solid 1, then 2, then 3, it really is where they refined the gameplay significantly, especially when you play Metal Gear Solid 2 and they're like, here's a tranquilizer gun. It's next to useless because they'll wake up almost immediately and you have to book it out of there before they wake up. But in Metal Gear Solid 3, it's like, okay, it really makes like a non-lethal. It's the first Metal Gear Solid game where a true non-lethal playthrough is not only, I mean, it's not just possible, because that is possible in Metal Gear Solid 2, but like, it actually is something that is feasible for like to accomplish.
Often, when describing this game to me, you compared it to Halo Reach and saying it's like one of the best types of prequel stories.
Yes, and it's also one of those things that it plays with, like, having a dark story, because when you play Halo Reach, and it's like, you know where things are going. One of the taglines for Halo Reach was, from the beginning, you know the end. None of these people are making it out of here. But you understand that because you start off the first Halo game knowing that Reach has fallen. Now, granted, you don't know what Reach is unless you read the books, but you know that something bad happened. And in this, we know that, okay, well, I guess we didn't know it at first, but like when the trailers were coming, but like we understand that this is Big Boss. These are the events that put him on the path towards becoming the villain from the original games in Metal Gear 1, Metal Gear 2, and then this is the shadow that gets cast across Metal Gear Solid, all the Metal Gear Solid games. So to see him start off as a relatively lighthearted guy that's very similar to Solid Snake, and only to have him be broken down, it's a story that if it wasn't a prequel, it might come across as just being needlessly depressing. But when you understand the context that this is a story about the villain of the series, this is his start of darkness. This is his downfall, at least the start of it. And it's why you would have to wait until you get to like Peace Walker before you start seeing him actually start to become the big boss that we know and love. I mean,
love.
Yeah, I mean, he's a child kidnapping warlord, but
Well, I mean, as you do.
Everyone's got to have hobbies.
Big question mark.
Yeah, but what I love about Metal Gear Solid 3 also is the fact that it has one of the best supporting casts. Like Metal Gear Solid 1 has a really good supporting cast, of course. Metal Gear 2 also does have a decent supporting cast, but Metal Gear Solid 3, like, it's focused. It says, okay, we have these characters. You have the guy in charge, then you've got your medical expert, and you got your weapons expert. And then it's like, that's the focus. And they really do well with Zero, Paramedic, and Sigint. Like, they are some of the most lovable characters in the entire game and in the series overall, unless you count a whole bunch of stupid retcons that happened in Metal Gear Solid 4, but Metal Gear Solid 4 is a bad story, so I don't count that. I recognize the council's made a decision, but considering it's a stupid decision, I've elected to ignore it. But yeah, so this is when prequels are done right. But it really is like the peak of the series, and I really am glad for the Kojima cycle here, because I always call it the Kojima cycle. Is the more control he has on a project, the worse it gets, because the less anytime he has people who
he has hot takes. He ain't a fan of Hideo Kojima.
No, I think it's the series is best when other people are more influential in the story. But with Metal Gear Solid 3, because Metal Gear Solid 2 had such a bad reception because Kojima lied. Yes. Yeah, the Kojima cycle, it's just like Metal Gear Solid 1, and it says he has a lot of control. Then he goes to Metal Gear Solid 2. It's bad. He gets less control. Metal Gear Solid 3. And then he gets more control. Then it's like, oh, Metal Gear Solid 4. And it's like less control. Peace Walker. And then more control when he's vice president of the gaming division. Metal Gear Solid 5. Now he's independent. Blank checks. Death Stranding 2. It's like, yeah, this is why you shouldn't give him full control. And the thing is with Metal Gear Solid 3, because Metal Gear Solid 2 he specifically made that game because he wanted to spite all of the people who liked the first game. It was a game made out of hatred for him, which is really weird because he teased a sequel at the end of Metal Gear Solid 1. But because he did that stuff, he shoved Solid Snake into a secondary position because he wanted to piss people off and replace him with a character who was the total opposite. The whole game is basically just a Jack Thompson wet dream of blaming violence on video games. No one wants to talk about that. But because of that, he had less control in Metal Gear Solid 3. And when you hear some of his ideas, like, one of the ideas he had was he wanted to have the sniper fight with the end be an actual like week-long battle that you would in real time have to spend multiple days on. And then everyone else was like
a bit indulgent.
Yeah, they're like, no. So now it's about half an hour to an hour if you don't know what you're doing. But it's just like, yeah, Kojima's at his best when he has a bunch of people telling him to not do his stupid ideas. And it's one of the reasons why I think Metal Gear Solid 3 turned out so good, is because it did have a lot of stuff, and there was a lot of stuff going in after Metal Gear Solid 2. Yeah. Yes. Yes, Duke.
That's real.
If you listen to some of the ideas that Kojima has on his games that got vetoed, some
Bit
of those
indulgent
ideas
and a bit crazy.
yeah, and some of them are just outright awful. So, but it's one of the things that I do love is that I forgot the co-writer for this game because he had a co-writer for Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, and 3, but no one ever wants to credit him. But like, I really do think that like they were doing good work on 3, and especially because they disconnected it from the stuff because Metal Gear Solid 2 ends on a plot twist that was meant to make no sense. So continuing from that was a monumentous, really difficult task. Just look at how bad Metal Gear Solid 4 turned out. But because it disconnected from everything, it really allowed it to stretch its legs, and they were like, oh well, now we can have the jungle and we can have all the stamina mechanics and have all these other things that really made the game like it elevated it above. I don't want a guitar fight at the end of the world between Normus Reedus and Troy Baker with Gypsy Danger in the background. You know, I don't know if you're joking and that's in Death Stranding too, but that sounds like something stupid that Kojima would put in.
I don't know enough about Death Stranding
to dispute it. Yeah, and actually, Iridian, this is actually a great way. This is actually what I've said about it is Hideo Kojima is everything people claim George Lucas is.
He's very like Breik.
Yeah.
Well, like this isn't to say that Kojima's never had a good idea, and this is also never to say that Breik's never had a good idea, because that's just not true. It's like they created these franchises, like, so they do deserve their credit where they get credit, but they also have these insane ideas that would hurt their own stories, and other people, close like friends and editors, are like, that's absolutely insane, don't do that to your story.
Yeah, like if in Metal Gear Solid 1, would you believe it if I told you that the Gray Fox story wasn't in the game originally? And you're like, that's such a major part of it. Yeah, it was only because
everyone claims that's what Lucas is, but like that's all misinformation and lies that have been peddled for years, and that's absolutely not true. And Lucas has collaborated since day one in both trilogies, and people obviously give credit to other people that actually came from George Lucas originally, both whether in the writer's room or the editor's room.
Yeah.
But I digress.
But yeah, like it's why I'm really glad that Kojima's influence was kept to a lesser degree than it was in other games, because it allowed Metal Gear Solid 3 to flourish, and it would not have been the wonderful game it was if he had full control.
And this is not to say Kojima didn't contribute to Metal Gear Solid 3.
No, obviously he is the creator.
It's just his bad tendencies were filtered out.
Yeah, and
only his good ones came through.
Right, and this is why it is always important to work with, even if you're great, even if you're a great writer, great creator of anything.
Everybody collaborates. That's normal.
Yeah, and then sometimes you get so blind to your own ideas that you just decide, oh, everything I do is great. And unfortunately, even the best of writers are going to have bad ideas at times. And sometimes someone needs to just say, don't do that. And you're like, oh yeah, I didn't think about that.
Buddy, you're saying crazy ideas. Eat a Snickers. You'll feel better.
Well, Zan the Man, I don't know if he specifically said he was a fan of Jack Thompson, but considering Metal Gear Solid 2 and 4 both push the video games cause violence, especially in Metal Gear Solid 4 when Eva practically looks the camera dead in the face, and she's just like, all this VR stuff, which is the stand-in for video games in Metal Gear, are the ones that causes people to be violent and more easily adaptable to war.
He said some things in some of his games that's also where it's like
he's also the guy who said that Americans were stupid for not loving Death Stranding, and they're like, they just want to be violent and shoot stuff, and being like, my brother in Christ, you made one of the most you make a game where you shoot people. Yeah, like that's just it. Like, I would say he deserves credit for what he does, but the problem is that his ego is so monumental, like that he takes credit for everything. No one wants to credit a lot of the other people who were involved in the series. It's why him plastering his name all over everything in Metal Gear Solid 5 is so obnoxious. His ideas were so terrible, and despite the fact that he had an entire company working for him, it was like Hideo Kojima from Hideo Kojima, and Gene's like, it was ego. Yeah, it's the ego that lets you, and this is the problem, is that too much ego is always going to make it terrible. Yeah, it literally is at the start of every mission in Metal Gear Solid 5 from Hideo Kojima, and being like, shut up, we get it, you're the director of the game. Okay, so I didn't intend for this section to turn into a rant about Hideo Kojima.
You have pent up feelings about Kojima, though.
I have so many feelings.
But this is a happy stream. You love this game.
Yeah, I love Metal Gear Solid 3, and I actually really can't wait to eventually get Delta and play it. I'm gonna wait for a sale. So
okay, so my number one, which is not a surprise, anybody who knows me, well, yeah, Legend of Zelda: Twilight Princess. I still love this game so much.
This is the other game that she plays a bajillion times.
Listen, I remember how many times I played Persona 5. I don't know how many times I've replayed this game. I replay it at least once a year. At least.
Yeah, you're literally waking up from like a daze and you've already beaten the game and you're like, what happened? How many times did I play this?
I literally lost count. I love this game so much, though. I love Twilight Princess. It's my favorite Zelda game still to this day. I love the dark fantasy atmosphere that it has in certain areas. It literally is the love child of Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. It is their baby, which is fitting because this game is set in the childhood timeline, which is post Majora's Mask. So it really is like the answer to both Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. I love this game. And I can't talk about this game without talking about my girl Midna. Nintendo, bring my baby back. Baby, come back.
she is the best companion they've ever made.
She, like, oh my gosh, her character arc is amazing. I love her so much. She's sassy. She's like the best parts of Tattle, but like to the umpteenth degree. I love her character so much. And she's got such a cool, unique design. And I love the different enemies. The dungeons in this game are some of the best dungeons, I still think, in this series.
Mm.
And
they even made a water temple amazing.
Yeah, Lake Bed Temple's great. I love the Lake Bed Temple. I have I think I have the dungeons outright memorized in my head, so sometimes I forget to go grab the compass because I already know where everything is.
You're like, I know more than you.
I think one time, like 2 years ago, when I replayed the game, that was the first time the game has surprised me in a long time because I actually found a chest that I totally missed in the overworld. So I was like, I don't remember this being here. And I'm like, so either I forgot it or like I outright, like there's just one part of the game that I actually missed. So I was like, oh, hey, something new. I love the dark aesthetics mixed in with the lighter elements. I love the contrast of the twilight with the world of light. I love how cool all the monsters look. I love the character designs. This is like the prettiest Princess Zelda ever. Oh, she's insanely beautiful. Though I still think Breath of the Wild Zelda and Skyward Sword Zelda is my favorite written Zelda. Like writing-wise, those are my favorite Zeldas. But character design-wise, this is my favorite Zelda. I love her design. And, of course, Midna design, she's peak. I love the Ganondorf boss fight. It's insanely fun. And, like, you get all the best elements, both with your beast form, with Midna. And then later on, you fight horseback. And then you fight with, like, just straight up one-on-one. Oh, and then before all that, of course, then there's the Puppet Zelda fight, which is sort of like your Phantom Ganon fight.
Yeah, it's like a 4-phase boss fight.
It's so good. And it's pretty much like incorporating all the elements you've done in the game and all the main types of combats, covering all of them. It's a fantastic. And Hyrule Castle as a dungeon is so huge. It's so good. I love it so much as a gauntlet. Like, it's great. And I love the like the Cave of Ordeals, and I love that the HD version added the one for Wolf Link, basically, essentially his own version of the Cave of Ordeals. And like when you can save it to your amiibo, and then all the many hearts that you've saved up, then you can tap it for Breath of the Wild, and then that's how many heart he has, and he could be your little companion in Breath of the Wild. It's just great. I love that little addition.
That was so cool.
I love like this game obviously takes some cues from Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time, and it wears that very lovingly on its sleeve, that it wants to basically follow in the footsteps of that timeline version of Zelda. What I love most too is, like, yes, Wind Waker got unfairly bashed back in the day by some subsection of Zelda fans. So they made Twilight Princess kind of to respond to those people, be like, fine, you want your more darker Zelda, your more anime looking Zelda, and your more like fantasy, like high fantasy, dark fantasy Zelda. You want something more like Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask? Here you go. And I was like, I mean, I wasn't complaining about Wind Waker like those idiots, but thank you. I'll take this. I'll take this. I'll take this, and I'll run with this. I love that this game, its inception was started because of Anuma had a nightmare about, specifically about like being turned into a wolf, I think it was, but he was also trapped in a dungeon. So that whole scene where Link was trapped in the dungeon as wolf form, like that came from Anuma's mind, from a nightmare he had. And things kind of spawned out from there. I also love one of the other things that really inspired him to make this game, specifically because he really wanted American fans to like it, was the Lord of the Rings, the Peter Jackson movies. So that he was just like, oh, Americans like that. Let's kind of have like this, the same sort of feeling as this grand epic adventure, kind of like that. And I can kind of feel that in there. What I love too
Yeah.
is, I love how much, like there's like, just like with Wind Waker, there's a lot of hints to Ocarina of Time, which makes sense. Both are distant sequels to Ocarina of Time, just in different timelines. One's the adult timeline, the other's the childhood timeline. So this is the timeline where Link was sent back in time as a child to warn Zelda ahead of time to stop Ganon and get him arrested. And then he was sealed away into the Twilight Realm. So this Link never became the hero of time. He did heroic deeds, but he never became the hero of time. He was sort of just a nobody in history who eventually became, like is implied, a knight of Hyrule. But like he had like these lingering regrets that he never, like, he felt like which he did all that stuff as the hero of time. And then he basically stopped Ganondorf twice in both timelines. And he still felt like he didn't do enough. And then he became the hero Shade. And I'm just like, what a hero, man. Like,
Yeah.
he's like, I didn't do enough. I'm like, bro saved 2 timelines and he felt like he still didn't do enough. Like, all he cared about was protecting Hyrule. I'm like, what a G. And I love that you can interact with a past version of Link. Sure, you don't realize that the hero Shade is Ocarina of Time Link, but I love that you get to interact with him. And he's like, he mentors the Twilight Princess Link, teaches him all these really cool moves, and I love learning all those moves so much. And I love that by the end of it he refers to like Link as my son, which like oh yeah, like he's the ancestor of Twilight Princess
Yeah,
Link.
and it's the only time when we actually have 100% direct confirmation that this is a literal blood relative of a previous Link. It's like,
Yeah.
and of course, we had to wait for Hyrule Historia to tell us that, but we
the
had
hints were
suspected
already
it.
there,
We
very
had-
strongly there. Everybody like predicted that and theorized that, and then Hyrule Historia said, yes, you're all correct, we intended for that from the beginning.
Yeah, and that makes sense, especially with like, because it's like when you're hearing the hero shade, and we're just like, the hero's shade. It's just
I was
like,
like as in the hero's shadow.
oh, and it's like, and it's like for any of y'all who weren't around for the pre Hyrule Historia days.
Oh my
when
gosh, the theories ran
were
rampant.
like, I remember it's just like all the discussions about the hero shade himself. Everyone is just like, it's got to be Ocarina of Time Link. It's got to be Ocarina of Time Link. And then when Hyrule Historia came out, we were like, vindication.
Yes. Oh, I loved this game so much. I also love like all the different boss fights that we get. One of my favorite ones still is I love Patriarch Darbus, his transformed form, but I also really love Yetta when she's like possessed by the Mirror of Twilight. It was unconventional, especially with the ball and chain, but it was a really fun boss fight. And I love I can never remember the name of the dragon, the one from the Sky Temple. That was a really fun boss fight too, especially with the double claw shots. It was really cool. And Xan's boss fight was a lot of fun too. I actually quite liked his, especially how he keeps teleporting you to different areas and like past areas that you've already like fought in previous dungeons, and like that was really fun. And I remember when I played Breath of the Wild, and there was that specific area like where it's just nothing but a pile of like rocks and like pillars that are, like barely standing, and it's labeled Arbiter's Ground, and I started to like like I'm just like, where's a shovel? I need to find you, Midna. I'll save you. I miss you. I miss her so much. I miss my wife Tails. I miss her a lot. Oh man, I love Midna. I love her dynamic with Link. It's really, really good. I love how much softer she gets like throughout the game, and the game very, very, very strongly implies that Midna's starting to fall in love with Link. And then the manga outright, it's like, yeah, they're in love. I'm just like, I win, I win, I win, I win, I win.
Well, and it's also really cool is that no other companion has ever had that kind of arc. Like with Tattle, of course, she started off in a little.
I think it's one of the guidebooks somewhere said that Navi did have feelings for Link, similar to like Tinkerbell and Peter Pan, but that was like it was like one-sided. But I don't know how canon that is. That was like a guidebook. It could be just somebody inserting their headcanon for all I know.
True.
But I like that's like the only one that I remember reading about. But yeah, Midna's like her like the game cannot be the story it has without her. She really is like the DNA, the backbone of it.
Yeah, and I love how much personality she has. It's like I remember because you remember when we were replaying Ocarina of Time, and then we were replaying Majora's Mask, and then it's like we kind of noticed that like
yeah, it was like we played that, and then we played Wind Waker HD, and it was like oh yeah, like because like Navi's overhated. She's very overhated, but there really was this progression of the sidekick characters from Navi to Tattle to the King of the Red Lions to Midna, where they wanted the sidekick characters to be much more involved in the plot. Where it was like Navi's like she helps you, but she's really just your like companion that just helps you.
She's there to serve a purpose more than to be a character.
Yeah, she's more of more of a gameplay function than anything that kind of tells you where to go and what to do, and sort of is like a voice for Link because if there's certain cutscenes where people are talking to Link, and Navi more replies to them sometimes than Link does because Link is a voiceless hero. And then Tattle's got a lot more personality, and she's got that backstory with Skull Kid. So they're starting to like tie her a little bit more into the overarching story. But then the King Red Lions is even more tied into it. And straight up, like Midna is outright the Dragonist. She is the secondary main character. She's arguably even more the main character than Link, only because she can talk.
Well, yeah, and the fact that the game is literally named after her. She is the Twilight Princess. So then it's like, yeah, this is all revolving around her. And it's one of the reasons I think the story hits so well is because you're basically going alongside with the character the entire story is revolving around. And it's why
it's a very not exactly, but it's kind of like how like you can't have Halo without Chief and Cortana together. It's very much they come in a pair, do not separate. Like you need Link and Midna together. They really do complete each other. I'm trying to think of other games where it's like there's a really good like hero and companion where it's just like, but Midna still I think is like the best companion in a video game where you have a companion like helping your protagonist.
Yeah.
She's like one of the best I've ever seen. I don't think I've ever seen anybody top her in my mind.
No. But I'd like them to try.
I would love for them to try. I was happy when Echoes of Wisdom gave us try.
Yeah, like, okay, Echoes of Wisdom actually did a very good thing of giving us a new companion who is directly involved in the story and is there to be a permanent companion for the entire game. And I'm like, Okay,
Which she was
cool.
kind of more of a dialed back. While she's not sassy like Tattle, she functionally reminded me of Tattle, where like she has all these functions, but there is a greater tie to the story. Not necessarily as deep as the King of the Red Lions and Midna, but it felt like, oh, we kind of are starting to get a little bit back to basics in a way.
Yeah. And it really did help. It was one of those things that of it returning to a lot of classic elements of Zelda. Having a companion like that was so great, and it's just like, no, this is something I think has become a standard that I like Zelda to have. I like there to be
I love
multiple.
companions. I want more companion characters. I like that Tears of the Kingdom sort of pseudo brought companions back with the sages and their powers, but it's like I need more. Minoru was
Oh,
the best one, and I wish for a version of the game where we had Minoru, at least her voice from the start, and maybe she spoke to you in a similar way like the King of the Red Lions did through the Gossip Stone.
right, like through the slate.
Yeah, the Purapad.
Yeah,
Yeah, I wish for something like that because I really love Minoru's character. She would have been a perfect like a Midna or King of the Red Lions type of character. But I get it. The game's got a lot that it's got to tackle, and that's fine.
yeah, yeah. But I do like the fact that they were experimenting with bringing that back because I think it's one of the reasons why stuff like um, Twilight
I
Princess and
I do think after Midna, it was like, where do we go from there? Because it's like, how do you top Midna? And I'm like, it's hard, but like maybe you can't top Midna, but maybe you could do another King of the Red Lions type of character. Because
yeah,
if you like I'm not saying try to make another Midna, or you could just bring Midna back.
yeah. Well, I mean, like they did that with Fee and Skyward Sword, where it's like,
And she
sure,
got
she wasn't quite the.
overhated, and that was made me sad because I like her.
I liked her, and it's like I really liked Fee, and it especially made me like giddy when I was playing Breath of the Wild, and then all of
And
a sudden
you hear the
the
chime.
yeah, you hear the chime, and then Zelda is hearing a voice from the sword, and it's like I was like, I
That
was
was the
pog facing.
that was the other reason why I love replaying Twilight Princess again and again. Because post some of the other games that have come out after, is like certain lines hit a different way now. Like specifically, like when Midna says the sword has accepted you as its master. So when Link is drawing the master sword, it hits you differently now knowing about Fee and like everything that you go through in Skyward Sword. And there's other moments too, like whenever like I replayed like Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time again, and certain scenes hit me a little bit differently now. And I'm like,
Yeah,
it's like it's such a good game. I love this game, and like, yeah, they could probably put a little bit more in the overworld. Sure, just like I wish they put in a little bit more in the Wind Waker overworld. Absolutely, but
yeah,
like, I still think this game it does so many of the classic Zelda tropes that, especially that you expect from a 3D Zelda game. I think it does it the best.
yeah. It really in a lot of ways, and I mean this in a good way. It's Ocarina of Time 2.0. It takes a lot of the things that they were doing and did a lot of the things that they wanted to do. They definitely wanted the scale of Twilight Princess
Well, that's why I
before.
said it's the love child of Majora's Mask and Twilight Princess. It's the darker tone of Majora's Mask with the scale of Ocarina of Time. It's the fantasy of Ocarina of Time meeting the more somber atmospheres of Majora's Mask. It's got some of the crazier, wackier elements from Majora's Mask meeting the epicness of Ocarina of Time. It's got sages. It's got dark magic. It's got like all these things, and it's got the Twily people. And I love the design of Midna's mask. The like it reminds me so much of the Majora's Mask. So like that, and they never ever confirmed anything.
No,
They never confirmed if the Twily are somehow connected to the Majora's Mask, but like that always made my brain go like brr,
uh,
like
it, it,
thinking
it,
that the
it-
Twily might have created the Majora's Mask and it somehow found its way to Termina.
yes, especially with the with Midna's helmet and the eye on it is the same
Yeah,
style of eye as the Majora's Mask, and we're like, is there a connection? And Nintendo's like,
and then Nintendo dipped and they said nothing.
yeah,
It's literally like references Majora's Mask, refuses to elaborate, leaves.
yeah. It was a Mike. Yeah, it's not saying that the overall criticisms are like detrimental to
Yeah,
it.
like I get some people wish it had a lot more to do in the overworld, like say compared to other 3D Zelda games, especially like Majora's Mask with the mini side quest it has. And with Ocarina of Time, and it's got a lot more side quests where, like, yeah, I'm sure, like, if they added in a lot more than besides just catching bugs and pose and finding heart pieces, like, sure, absolutely. But, like, overall, like, I'm still okay that it doesn't, because if so much of this game is so good. Can you elaborate on that? No. Nintendo does that with Zelda a lot. They just kind of imply things, especially in, like, everybody. I need you to understand this. Zelda's always been this way. Even before they finally gave us the official timeline, they've always just casually referenced things, like, in the background or, like, in paintings or something like that, and then they never elaborated on it, and then they dipped and said bye.
Yeah, even when they were giving a timeline placement for Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, they're like, it's its own thing. We're not even going to tell you where it is. And it's just like, then why did you say anything at all?
Yeah, they're just like, it takes place sometime after Ocarina of Time. Also, it's its own thing. What did you mean by that?
What do you mean by that?
They like to dangle carrots in front of us. They troll us.
Yeah, they're like, you guys care more about this than we do.
But they're fun. I love these games. But like I said, like, as much as I love Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom and Skyward Sword and Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask and Wind Waker, Twilight Princess has always been my favorite. It tickles my brain, and maybe I should play it again.
Maybe you should.
I'm due for finishing that other playthrough that I started back in February.
Yeah, you got, like, you're playing Twilight Princess with one hand and then Persona 5 with the other.
And all my other games that sit in a pile that are unfinished and stare at me glaring in the corner. But yeah, that's my number one. Not exactly a surprise because I keep saying it's my favorite game ever, but it's my favorite game ever.
Yeah. So now I get to talk about mine. Hey, anyone who knows me knows I love Batman. I really love Batman. Yeah, he's been my favorite superhero ever since I was a little kid. I was so enamored with Batman, especially watching Batman the Animated Series all the time as a kid. And of course, I like playing the Arkham games. Thank you. I like playing the Arkham games, but then it's just like there are some times that it's just like, okay, Arkham Asylum had a simple story, right? It wasn't too complicated. And then Arkham Asylum or Arkham City is, I don't know, a bit of a hot take. I think the story isn't as great as some people say, but then we get to Arkham Origins.
But it has amazing gameplay.
Oh yeah,
and a lot of memorable moments.
Yeah, Arkham City is really amazing, and it's like I 100% it on the Switch version.
Wealth of side content too.
Yeah, it's fun to play. But like when I got to Arkham Origins, and I remember playing this back when it came out, and I remember there was a part of me that was a little hesitant because they were like, okay, we're not going to have Kevin Conroy and Mark Hamill. And I'm like, okay, but it's like you have Joker and Batman. And I'm like, and then you're like, Roger Craig Smith as Batman. And then Troy.
Yeah, really? Sonic / Chris Redfield / Ezio?
Yeah, and I'm just like, could he be Batman? And then I played the game and I'm like, oh.
And then it's like, really? Troy Baker? We're having Joel being Joker?
Yeah, and then it's just like, okay, I know a lot of people say, oh, Troy Baker only has one voice. And I'm just like, no, that man is a freaking chameleon.
No, he doesn't.
Like there are certain voice actors who get called like the man of 1,000 voices. Troy Baker deserves that. It's just like, I don't care if you don't like his voice as Joel or whatever, but like when he needs to put on a different voice, he can become someone entirely different. Like,
well, okay, we recently this year we watched finally Batman versus the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I didn't realize that Troy Baker was both Batman and Joker in that movie. I was like, what? Like, he did a really good job.
I think he's Batman in the Telltale games too.
Yeah, so they brought him back for him specifically to do that. But then because he was Joker, they're like, why don't we just get him to do both? And he did an insanely good job. His Batman doesn't quite sound like Kevin Conroy's, but it sort of does. But he sort of reminded me of Kevin Conroy's Batman, but also a little bit of who did Batman in Under the Red Hood?
He was Admiral Pike in the live action movies. Green, it's Green something.
But yeah, like he sounded sort of like somewhere on a scale of that guy to Kevin Conroy.
Bruce Greenwood.
Yes, Bruce Greenwood. On a scale of Bruce Greenwood to Kevin Conroy, he sat kind of comfortably in the middle of them. And I thought he did a really good job as Batman. And to like, dang, he did both like Joker and Batman. And Troy Baker's really good. Cowabummer.
Yeah, it's like, and it's so crazy just how well Troy Baker mimics Mark Hamill's Joker. Like, had you not told me it was a different actor, I just would have thought it was Mark Hamill.
Well, I straight up thought you were gaslighting me half the time because I know you told me that, but especially in the credits where just Troy Baker is allowed to just go crazy as Joker, and he just said that. And I remember at the end of the game when we played Arkham Origins back in 2022. I remember I looked at you and I said, "You're gaslighting me." That's Mark Hamill. And then the credit says like Joker, Troy Baker, and I'm just like, "No credits. You're gaslighting me. That's Mark Hamill."
Yeah, it's phenomenal how much he does. And then this has the best story in the Arkhamverse, period.
It's a really good story.
Yeah, like I was absolutely blown away. And the fact that they managed to not only make a prequel, but they even actually addressed issues that a lot of people have. Like a lot of people hate stupid Bane in the Arkham games. And they're like, it doesn't really feel like Bane if he's just a big musclehead. That's a plot point in this game. Like we get the most comic accurate Bane, probably one of the best versions of Bane we've ever gotten in this. We get a fantastic story. And like, yes, I certainly would have liked to have more Black Mask in it. But like,
yeah.
It's like, yeah,
but it was still really good.
But it's like I'm sorry, but it's like the story is really, really good. And
like, while I understand people would prefer more of Black Mask, I love Troy Baker too much as Joker to sacrifice it.
Yeah, like, and the fact that this is supposed to be like this is the start of his conflict with Joker in the Arkhamverse. So it's like it's understandable why he had to be so prominent and kind of took over everything afterwards. But I'm just like, but he's so good. Like, and the fact that this is still more Black Mask than we got in Arkham City, because he's literally just an Easter egg in Arkham City.
I do love also, this is not quite a Batman year one. It's more like a Batman year two.
Yeah. I think they even said that he's like done with his like second year and he's just like beaten up the mob and now things are starting to get crazy.
So he's still like considered a superstition to some people, but like he's known enough to like where some side thugs like are able to recognize him. And as usual, the NPCs are like, when you eavesdrop on them, are some of the funniest conversations ever. I love that in the Arkham games. It's so hilarious.
Well, yeah, and this is also where we get to see him like first really meeting not Commissioner Gordon, not yet, Lieutenant Gordon.
Yes.
And it's like you get to see a younger one. You get to meet a younger Barbara, and it's like, oh, it's just a nice little cool bit of the story. And then you get to see him working with Gordon and finally making their
their alliance, basically the starting point for it.
Yeah. And the fact that we got the best boss fight in the series with Deathstroke. We actually got Deathstroke.
Yes. That was one of the best boss fights. I loved that when we did it.
It's like it blows me. This game blew me away. Like this immediately became my favorite. And you remember back in 2013, whenever I was like gushing about this game.
You gush about this game so much that whenever I said I wanted to finally sit down and play the Arkham games with you, I remember when we were in City and you were like, well, there's still some more side content we got to do. And I'm like, okay, but Origins is the game you always gossip is the greatest thing since sliced bread. So like, can we get to that one? And you're like, no, you're going to do the side content first. And then we're going to play the greatest game since sliced bread.
Yeah, like, we're going to complete this. Yeah, because it's like anyone who knows me knows I am very picky about Batman.
Oh, is
like,
he ever?
Like, I'm a big Batman fan, but I'm not the kind of fan who says, oh my gosh, it's got Batman on the front. That means it's going to be amazing. No,
he's the opposite. And you're like, it's got Batman on the front. You better have standards.
Yeah, you better deliver, because I'm going to be twice as hard on this than I would be on anyone else, because I really, really care about Batman. So the fact that
if you get it wrong, heaven help you. He is vengeance. He is the knight. He is Bat fanboy.
Yes. like the fact that Arkham Asylum and Arkham City are universally praised, and even then, I'm like, I've got issues with the stories. So, but the
They're
Arkham,
fun, and they
yeah,
started
I like
everything.
playing them, but
And we
like,
wouldn't have Origins without them.
yeah, but then I'm just like, I will even say like I have criticisms for this, but then with Origins, I'm just like, this game's phenomenal. The story is amazing.
Well, Origins, like, because some people were like, well, the gameplay is just pretty much City all over again. I'm like, okay, yeah,
Yeah, but City had good gameplay,
City
so
City literally perfected the gameplay from Asylum. So I'm like, why would you fix what isn't broken? Like, City was not broken. City was a really, like, it played wonderfully. So
yeah,
Origins was literally just the same perfect gameplay on top of a really good story. And just like Bayonetta 2, it technically counts as a Christmas game.
yeah. Yeah, this is a game that really surprised me. It's a game that I could go back to any number of times and just play through it again. I know when I was playing through, because I've played through this game 3 or 4 times. I played it originally on the Wii U. We played it together on the 360, and then I played
Mhm.
it. I played it, I think, twice on my Steam deck. Uh,
That doesn't surprise me. I think you played it because you went into this giant rabbit hole, and I'm like, "Don't you have other games in your backlog?" And you were like, "In a minute, doing the Suicide Squad videos put me in a Batman kick again."
yeah, well, and the funny thing is like I was playing through them, one, because I wanted to play through them. Second, I actually wanted to make sure that I had, every time I was referencing something from the Arkham games for that Suicide Squad video, I wanted to make sure that I had, like, I want to make sure I remember this as it was. So I'm like, as I was playing through it, then I actually was like referencing a few things, and it was important. Even playing Arkham Knight, as much as that game was a nightmare, it was actually really important to play that in order to have context for why so much in our Suicide Squad game was so bad.
And you
But
have 2 comments. One, have
oh,
you watched the 1940s Batman serials, Coolman?
I actually have not. I know about them, and I've seen some stuff of the era, but I haven't actually watched the 1940 serials.
And next is Wolf's comment right after that.
This is the one flaw. The Mr. Freeze DLC is so easily missed. I didn't even know it was there until years later.
Yeah, we tried to get it because whenever supposedly they said like you could get it through you still like you had to jump through hoops, but you could still technically get it through the Microsoft store. So long as like if you buy this thing online, all you have to do is put in a code, and even though it's like delisted, like so long as you have this code whenever you buy the game, like you can put it in the Microsoft store and it should download the DLC. That's what everybody told me to do, like on Reddit and all these other forums. And they said, yeah, it'll work no problem.
And
And then apparently it does. Problem. I bought it. It still wouldn't let me download it. So we had to look up this one guy's playing it. And this guy clearly like knows these games back to front because he played it on the hardest difficulty and he was still one-shotting everything. And he was also
oh,
talking to every single NPC on the way too.
oh yeah, it's the Arkham videos guy on YouTube. I found out, like, yeah, he does this with all the Arkham games. He like flawlessly plays through all of them without getting hit. He's just a beast in the games. But
So like
yeah,
even though like that dang, I wish we could have played it ourselves, but at the same time at least we found that guy's channel and man was
yeah,
he a beast.
yeah. I actually did get around to playing it on Steam on my PC.
Lucky.
Yeah, and that is really good DLC. Like it's incredibly good. And also, what also hurts this is that the Wii U version of that DLC was canceled for some reason. I remember there was a big deal where they had to refund the season pass because the main reason you bought the season pass was to get all the story DLC. They had the initiation, they had other costumes and stuff. But then the big one was the Cold Heart DLC.
Yeah.
And then they discontinued that, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we're not making it on the Wii U." And being like, I remember I was so mad. I'm like, we're getting a Mr. Freeze introduction based on the Heart of Ice episode
Which is so
from,
annoying because that was like my favorite boss fight from City. I loved the freeze boss fight. It was
yeah.
really good.
It's basically the same thing just in like a different setting, but it was like, it's like I played it and it's really good, and it pisses me off that was like there are people who don't know about it because it has, and honestly, this game has some such amazing lines. It actually has one of the best lines in that DLC where he's got after he beats Mr. Freeze and he's got Boyle there, and he's like,
Sorry, Mike's comment.
"Oh, never really worked it."
No.
No.
The gameplay is good. The story is trash.
Yeah, the gameplay is good. The fact that you can go around Gotham, though, it's empty, so there's not really nothing to do. But the story is an absolute atrocity. Like it's terrible. There's nothing good about the story. Like it's that bad.
But yeah, that one I was about to say.
Yes, I'm very excited about that.
Yeah, the new Lego game looks a lot of fun. I love that it's basically Lego Arkham.
Yeah.
When Rocksteady let you down, Lego came in to save the day.
Yeah, I'm excited, and I hope I can just make all the characters have like the different skins throughout the entire game, because I want to have like the Dark Knight Gary Oldman Commissioner Gordon with me, and then I want to have like Arkham Batman but with the Lego design. And then, I want to mix and match
all the different like incarnations.
Yeah,
get like Jack Nicholson Joker in there.
Oh, yeah, I'm excited about that. yeah. Like that's the thing, is it's like it's worse than Arkham Knight, which is already bad. But yeah, it's.
I still remember to this day. I can't remember which movie review it came from. They said like, sure, this movie is not that bad, but it's like that's still the same thing as being like, oh, that's the difference between diarrhea and a good bowel movement. Both are still poop. One just hurts more.
Yeah. Hey guys, the Arkham Knight is a totally new character. It's Jason. No, it's a totally new character, guys. Everyone's like, it's Jason. And it's so funny because even if you play the game, it's so obvious because Jason is not even
randomly being like, by the way, Jason Todd does exist in this universe, actually, even though we never.
And here are all these flashbacks about Jason. Here's a DLC about Jason. You're like,
which is weird because they kind of wrote Tim like as a combination of Tim Drake and Jason Todd to begin with, and then they're like, by the way, Jason Todd actually does exist in this universe. They're like, then why did you write Tim as a combo of them?
Why did you make Tim shave his head and do like nightly brawls as his bio in Arkham City said? If he's not supposed to be Jason Todd. You guys did this already. You did this in Batman the Animated Series and the New Adventures.
But like at least with Batman the Animated Series New Adventures, like that wasn't a choice. You could tell Bruce Timm and Paul Dini wanted to write Jason Todd. It was DC editorial that said no, he needs to be Tim Drake.
I had a feeling like that happened again with Arkham City, and then Paul Dini is like, all right, we can bring in Jason Todd, and they'd be like, let's call him Tim Drake. And he's like,
that was Paul Dini's face. He made that face you made right now where he just covers his face. And he's probably texting Bruce Timm and he's like, not again.
Yeah, he's going to have his whole crash it and he's like, I can't have anything.
I just want Jason Todd. Just this once, I wanted right Jason Todd.
Yeah. And then the second that he was booted out from the Arkhamverse, now they're like, we're bringing in Jason Todd. And I can see Paul Dini's like flipping tables and he's like, that was supposed to be me. They stole it from me, Carmine. They took it.
That was supposed to be today. Oh, okay. Yes, Bradley. There were references, but like they didn't mention him by name, so it like, they might as well not be in there.
Yeah, like if you play one of the maps with Tim in Arkham City in one of the challenge maps, Joker is the announcer, and he goes, didn't I kill you already? And that's it. That's the only even shred of a reference to Jason Todd.
In City, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm like, I feel like it was supposed to be Jason Todd in Arkham City, and then it makes sense that then Jason Todd would come in as like Red Hood later. And then it's just like,
but then they're so confused on how to write Tim because he's also dating Barbara for some reason.
I'm so mad about that. Arkham Knight.
Like, that's the wrong Batgirl.
And in Arkham Knight, she has a Haley Circus necklace. What?
I don't know, man. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
They
Arkham Knight.
have. They're also cowards because they won't let her be Oracle. Ever since Burnside, they've been cowards.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, we can't have nice things.
we can't have nice things, but this game was a nice thing at least, like so we can have some nice
Yeah.
things.
It's the real trilogy: Asylum, City, and Origins. No, that's me.
You're dating Barbara? I thought you were dating me.
I am dating you. This is a different Tim.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
So that is
everything.
That is everything. That is all we had.
This list was insanely hard to do, by the way, guys. Like there are so many games I would love to put in here, whether in the honorable mentions or in the top 10. Like there's the Transformers games, there's the Devil May Cry games, there's other Resident Evil games. This was hard. This was really hard. And then of course there's like some Mario Kart games and other Sonic games, and I was just like, I love too many games. This was really hard. But I love video games, guys. I really love them.
Yeah. So, thank y'all for sticking around for all this time. This was a 4-hour stream.
This is why we couldn't do a top 20.
No, it's like I knew we had to keep this relatively brief because we don't do brief.
No, no, we don't. Red Dead Redemption 2. I have not beaten it yet, but it is a good game. That game is really good.
I haven't played any of the Red Dead games. I want to play Red Dead Redemption 1.
I've done this weird thing where I played both Red Dead 1 and haven't beaten it, and played Red Dead 2 and haven't beaten it. But I'm further in Red Dead 1. I play too many games and then don't beat them because another game comes out, or I find another game when I'm browsing the store and I'm like, ooh, I want to play this. I am an enemy of my own making.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I did buy Red Dead Revolver, actually. Yes, I did. I have not started that one, however, but I did buy it on the Microsoft Store. But thank you guys for coming, by the way.
Yeah, so make sure to like the stream, and once this is all done, leave a comment and talk about some of your favorite games. And I recently made a... Oops. All right, I recently just put out a new video on the new Naked Gun, and I talk about why it was so funny. And
it is a really good movie. We had a lot of fun watching it.
Yeah. So actually, let me just grab a link for that real quick and show you that, because I was actually really, really excited about this movie, and I want to promote it.
Liam Neeson's the GOAT.
Yeah. It's like genuinely one of the funniest movies I've ever seen. Like, it's, if you like the Naked Gun movies, if you like spoofs like Spaceballs and stuff,
or
this
Airplane,
or Airplane, like this is, it's hilarious.
Yeah, right up your alley.
Yeah. So yeah, I just wanted to the nude firearm.
That would be the Persona version of this movie's reference. They'd call it the nude firearm.
Yeah. Yeah. So I just want to do a little promotion for that video before we stop the stream. So thank all of y'all for coming.
Thank you guys so much. This was fun.
All right, y'all have a good rest of your afternoon.